Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Ms. Anderson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Marie, we are going to call you by your preferred name and not provide any full name, but what I'd like you to do is just introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Marie, and I know Mr. Horner as a special educator in Hazel ISD.
What did you do at Hazel ISD?
As I stated, I was a special educator. I became the special ed department head, and I worked with students in the learning lab, or what some districts call content mastery, and also shadowed some students in classrooms.
What is a learning lab or content mastery?
It's a place where students can come to get extra assistance, maybe have things read to them, or explain to them further.
And if you can pull the microphone just a little bit closer to you so we can make sure that everybody can hear you, okay? You a little nervous this morning?
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Is
Okay.
this your first time testifying?
I've testified before.
Anything like this, though?
No.
Marie, you mentioned content mastery and that kids can come there to get help. What kind of help would be provided in a content mastery setting?
They might get reading assistance. They might also have things broken down or explained to them on a more basic level. Sometimes help with vocabulary.
Can any student come to content mastery?
Actually, in Hazel ISD, any student could come to content. So we didn't just serve special education students. We also serve 504 students and general education students if they ask the teacher to come.
Generally speaking, how many students use the content mastery program while you were there?
That would be difficult to answer, I think. But I mean, we had a large majority of students that used it, probably primarily 504 and special education students. But I mean, on any given day, at any given hour, there could be 20 plus students in that classroom.
You've mentioned 504 a couple of times. Tell the jury what a 504 is.
504 would be things like dyslexia, ADHD, things that can fall under special education, but if a student achieves to a certain level, they may be ARTed out, which stands for admission review and dismissal. But the thing that I believe is powerful about 504 is it does not go away when a child graduates, whereas special education does.
Did Tanner Horner have a 504?
He did not have a 504. He was a special education student.
You mentioned that there could be upwards of 20 students in there. How many teachers would be available for those 20 students? What was the teacher to student ratio?
Typically, there might only be one teacher in the room, but we also had 2 to 3 paraprofessionals that were there to assist as well.
Were you ever working as an inclusion specialist while at Hazel ISD?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is an inclusion specialist?
That is someone who goes into the classroom to basically shadow the students. Oftentimes we would stay there while the lesson was given, but if they had an assignment to complete, it was at our discretion if we stayed in the classroom or if we actually took them to content mastery to complete that assignment.
What would you do for them in the classrooms?
Sometimes we were there just to help keep them on task. And at times, the teacher might defer to us for us to give an explanation and help teach a lesson.
Tell me more about that. You said help explain the lesson or to even teach it. Why would a student need someone like you to teach the lesson that they have a teacher in the classroom that's already teaching it?
Because we don't all learn the same way. Sometimes we need something explained in a way that we need things broken down. And I saw that as a benefit, not just to the special education students, but to all the students.
When you were with Azle ISD, were you an inclusion specialist for Tanner?
That's going to be hard for me to answer because I'm trying to remember when inclusion started. And if I were, he would have been probably on the beginnings of that inclusion support.
Well, Marie, during your time with Azle ISD, did you work with Tanner?
I did.
And how did you come to know him?
Basically, he would come to content and we would be there to help assist. So, let's say he came in for a history lesson or a science lesson, we would sit down and and it wasn't typically just him. He probably came with a group and we would sit down with that group and maybe read some of the content again with them and then try to help them answer the questions that the teacher had sent for them to complete.
When you first met Tanner, what was your first impression of him?
He was a pleasant young man.
Did he ever talk to you about his home life?
Not a lot, but also remember I said I was the special education department head. So I probably attended, I can't swear to all, but the majority of his ARD meetings. And again, that's admission, review, and dismissal. So I got to know my students pretty well. So
How often would these ARD meetings take place?
at least once a year, but sometimes on occasion, maybe more than that.
When you have these ARD meetings, who attends?
The guardian is always invited, obviously, a parent and or guardian. There's always at least one special educator in the room that has them in class, as well as a CTE teacher, their career-oriented teacher had to attend, and then obviously regular education teachers would attend.
What is the purpose of the ARD meeting?
To review a student's accommodations to make sure that we're doing everything that we can to meet their needs in the classroom.
When Tanner had his ARD meetings, do you recall who attended?
As I recall, I might have met Mom on one or two occasions, but typically it was his grandmother that attended.
And what were your impressions of his grandmother?
She's a very sweet lady.
Did his grandfather ever attend?
Yes.
And what was your impression of him?
Again, he was always pleasant.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Yes, ma'am.
Maria, I'm going to hand you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 75. We'll just take a look at this.
Yes, ma'am.
Now, what do you recognize Defendant's Exhibit number 75 to be?
Well, it would appear to be his educational record and the districts that he attended throughout the time that he was in school. And it looks like he came to Azle in 6th grade.
The defense offers Defense Exhibit number 75, which has been on file the requisite amount of time and has been previously tendered to the state.
Look at what it is.
good, Your Honor, no objection.
Okay, defendant 75 is admitted.
Now, Marie, have you seen these records before?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you review them in preparation for your testimony today?
Briefly, yes.
Now, Marie, when you were with Azle AISD, how did they code their special education classes?
Well, for a period of time, you were able to look at a transcript and tell the difference between a special ed class and a regular ed class. But then we kind of slid into a period of time where the state required that everything look more consistent. And so unless you were on the teacher side, you really couldn't tell the difference.
Can you tell the difference when you look at the transcript? Or I guess, let me ask it this way. Can you tell us whether Tanner Horner was in special education classes?
I'm going to tell you by looking at the transcript, it's very difficult to tell, but I know that he was, yes.
You mentioned that the school board didn't want to kind of draw attention to special ed. You want kind of consistency, I think was
It
the word.
wasn't the school board, it's TEA more than,
TEA.
yes.
Okay. Why would TEA not want to make it obvious that a child was in special education?
Joe, I'll object, that calls for speculation.
Stay.
Based upon your training and experience with dealing with special education students, have you observed them being treated differently than mainstream students?
At times, yes.
In looking at Tanner's records there, are there any categorizations which may have indicated that he needed any sort of special services? And specifically, I'm asking, does it notate anywhere that he may have a learning disability or a neurodevelopmental disorder?
And these particular records that I have here, no ma'am.
And based upon your experience with Tanner, are you aware of any learning disability that he may have?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you aware that, or are you aware of any neurodevelopmental diagnosis that he may have?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that diagnosis?
Well, I know he was a student he was classified as a student with a learning disability. I can't tell you the subject it was in. I just remember that. And I also know that he was considered on the autism spectrum.
To your knowledge, did anyone, without naming names, did anyone at the school perform an evaluation to make that determination?
Well, yes, ma'am. Otherwise, they couldn't be under that heading.
So in order to have that heading of autism or learning disabled, the school themselves would have had to have done an evaluation?
Yes, a diagnostician would have evaluated him, and probably an LSSP would have also evaluated him.
So somebody just couldn't come in there and say, hey, I'm autistic, or hi, I have a learning disability, put me in these classes?
No, doesn't happen that way.
It has a process?
Yes, ma'am.
And if they don't meet the criteria, would they be allowed to be in those programs?
Judge, I'll object as to leading this witness.
Don't leave your witness. You may answer the question.
You may have to restate the question, I'm sorry.
In order to be in the program, would you have to have a diagnosis?
Yes.
With regards to other things that were within your knowledge related to Tanner, Were you aware of any, I guess, category or characterization or anything regarding emotional disturbance?
I do believe that that had been on his record before, but as I recall, it wasn't on his record when he was at the high school.
Why would something like that change?
Well, we put students in certain programs to hopefully teach them some coping skills so that they can be more integrated into the regular classroom. And so if they don't need to be in a certain setting, we follow least restrictive. So we allow them to, to maybe not be in a behavior classroom any longer, but to actually be in a more regular classroom.
What kind of behavior would get you placed in the category of having an emotional disturbance?
Oftentimes it was anger outburst, and or struggling with interacting with your peers.
And you said that you taught, that a student could be taught coping skills. What kind of coping skills are generally taught?
Well, obviously when they would be angry, once we could get them to a calm place, then we would, try to walk them through how could you have maybe handled this differently, or what might be a way to, arrive at a healthy decision. A lot of choices we talked about choices a lot.
What does the fact that someone begins the school year, not me, Your Honor.
Not me either, and I don't know. Go ahead.
Anyway, so Marie, if someone began the school year with emotional disturbance, noted in their records, and then at the end of the school year or at the beginning of the next school year, it is no longer noted, what does that tell you about what that student was able to do throughout the year?
Well, that would tell me that they must have learned some skills so that notation was allowed to be removed, but it also would tell me that they had an ARD meeting in order to remove that accommodation.
Now, Marie, you talked a little bit about content mastery and that you worked with Tanner in content mastery. Do you recall what classes he would have needed help in?
I believe he primarily used the lab for science and social studies, because I'm pretty sure that he was in a more special ed setting for some of his core subjects due to them being subject to statewide assessment.
What do you mean statewide assessment?
Well, STAR testing now, but I believe he was probably under, can't remember. He could have been under tax instead of STAR.
Why would Tanner need help with this? Why would he need those content mastery classes?
Oftentimes they would read rather quickly and not necessarily glean from the written information the content that they might need to answer a question. And so oftentimes it was about trying to get them to slow down and actually maybe read the questions ahead of time and look for the answer in the material that they were reading.
Could you tell if it helped him?
Oh, I have no doubt it helped him, yes.
And why do you say that?
Because he could be successful, whereas if he was left to complete the assignment on his own, not just him, but a lot of students would rush through it and not do as well.
How long was Tanner in your content mastery classes?
I feel probably throughout his high school career.
When he was in your classroom, how did he behave?
Typically the way you should. But I do recall on occasions there might be times that he had to be redirected.
What do you mean by redirected?
Well, where we might have to say, you need to be on task, or, you need to act appropriately. You need to, again, make good choices. Think about what you're doing, what you're saying.
Were there ever any instances where he failed to act appropriately?
Yes, but typically with him, once he was redirected once or twice, he did what he was expected to do.
Did you find that he was easy to redirect,
Usually, yes.
but not always? Is
Not always.
that typical for a teenage boy?
Well, yeah, I would say so.
Now, Marie, you had the opportunity to watch Tanner throughout his 4 years of high school. I want to talk to you about his ability to reason through things. How would you describe Tanner's ability to reason through his problems or problem solve?
He usually could come to a good conclusion given enough time. But I think if he felt pressured to have to make a split second decision, he didn't always make the best choice. And that's where those redirections would come from.
And if there were no redirections, what would happen?
I'm not sure he would always make the best choice.
How was he in relation to the other students? Was he able to problem solve when issues came up with the other students?
Most of the time, but I think there might have been a few instances where he couldn't. I mean, I feel like, and I'm not sure if it's a part of this record or not, but I know that he did get into some trouble, at the high school.
Based upon your observations of Tanner, do you feel that his emotions would ever affect his ability to reason?
Yes.
And why do you say that?
Because I think if he got over angry, or maybe felt like justice wasn't being served to a peer, more so a peer than maybe even himself, that he might act in a way that wasn't, what he would do otherwise.
Did you ever see him act out in that manner?
Yes.
How often did you see that with Tanner?
It was pretty rare. Maybe once or twice in the time that I recall him being while he was at the high school.
In the 4 years that you spent with Tanner, did you ever see him get physically aggressive with anybody?
I know there was an instance that happened, but I don't believe I saw it. I don't think I witnessed it.
When Tanner would become upset or have these instances that you were talking about, was he able to calm down on his own, or would he need someone else to help him?
He oftentimes needed someone else to help him.
What would that someone do to help calm him down?
Well, sometimes it's about not talking and just providing a safe place to be until he was in the right frame of mind to talk about the circumstances, and maybe then help him frame what a better choice might have been.
Were you ever one of the people that helped calm him down?
I feel like on at least one or two occasions, yes.
Now, Marie, you talked a little bit about disciplinary records and said that you felt that he had at least one incident. In looking at the records, can you tell whether or not, or how many instances there were of fighting or mutual combat?
Looks like there are 2 on this record. A lot of the others are really more about, like code of conduct, which might be dress code or something like that, and not necessarily a physical altercation. I think there's only 2 fighting or mutual combat on here.
Well, let's talk about the fighting and the mutual combat. Can you tell from the records what happened during those altercations?
No,
Can you
Because-
tell who started it?
no.
What kind of policy did the school district have at that time regarding any sort of physical contact like that?
Zero tolerance.
So if two people got in a fight and one person was defending himself, would they still be tagged with fighting or mutual combat?
Yes.
And from these records, can you tell whether or not Tanner was acting in self-defense in those cases?
No, ma'am.
Can you tell if he was acting in defense of a third person in those cases?
No, ma'am.
Just if there's any sort of contact, that's what it's labeled as?
Yes.
And it doesn't matter who starts it?
No.
You mentioned the code of conduct violations. Let's talk about that for a moment. You had mentioned that Tanner had several code of conduct violations on his record. For what can a student get a code of conduct violation?
Well, it could be dress code. At that time, it could have been that they came to school and needed to shave and refused to shave, and then we had to, make them shave. I can't remember if he was under our ID policy or not, but it could have simply been that he didn't have his ID on if that was required.
So when we're talking about code of conduct violations, we're not talking about any sort of violence, are we?
Typically not, no. That's going to be more of the fighting and mutual combat.
In looking back on Tanner and the time that you spent with him, do you have any memory of him ever being a serious disciplinary problem?
No, ma'am.
Did you also have the opportunity to watch him as he interacted with his peers?
Yes, even in content mastery or the learning lab, yes, they interacted.
And so how often would you get the chance to watch him with his peers?
On any average week, probably once or twice a day.
Based upon your observations of these interactions, what they look like?
Typical interactions, like you would think with any other student. They just had conversations and, laughed and cut up. I.e. the reason why I said sometimes they had to be redirected.
Was he accepted, or could you tell if he was accepted by the people in that group?
Which I'll object as a speculation as with other people.
I'll let her answer.
And again, based upon your observations, was Tanner accepted by those peers, or did he seem to be rejected and ostracized?
Most of the time, I think he was accepted. I think there were probably some instances where he was rejected.
Now, based upon your observations of Tanner in the content mastery class versus your observations of him outside of the class, in which group did he appear to be more comfortable?
Are you asking me if I feel like he was more comfortable with peers that were also under special education or with
That's
all
where I was
peers?
headed.
Okay. He probably was more comfortable with those that were under the special ed umbrella, but he also had friends that were not.
Now, did you ever see any instances where Tanner had difficulty fitting in, or he was teased, or I hate to use the word bullied, but kind of mistreated by other students?
Well, I think there were probably times in the hallways in the mall area, the way Azle High School set up, maybe in the cafeteria, where he wasn't always treated as he should. And a lot of times we would not intervene unless it escalated to a point that we felt like we needed to, because they have to learn how to manage those relationships.
You talked about Tanner being in the content mastery, and you talked about having him for 4 years. Did Tanner ultimately graduate from high school?
Yes.
Based upon your observations and your interventions with him, could you tell whether graduating from high school was an easy task for Tanner?
I don't think it was an easy task, no.
Why do you say that?
Well, I mean, because, I mean, an average kid struggles, but I think a student under the special ed umbrella struggles more because it's hard for us to level the playing field and make sure that they have the accommodations that they need to be successful.
When a student graduates from high school and they've been in these classes such as, you know, having an inclusion specialist or having special education programs or being able to get content mastery, is that the sort of thing that follows them when they graduate?
No, ma'am. A lot of people don't know this, but special education ends when a student graduates. And they're expected to acclimate and fit in and, you know, just move along through society without accommodations that they've had for, in his case, more than 4 years.
So looking back at everything, was Tanner more able to complete his tasks when in a structured environment?
Absolutely.
Was he more able to be redirected while in a structured environment?
Absolutely.
Or was he able to overcome the emotional disturbance label that he was given?
I think so, for the most part.
The last thing I wanted to ask you about, Marie, is you had said that you thought Tanner was a good kid. Why did you think he was a good kid?
He was always pleasant to interact with. Not all the students that came to content mastery were. Some of them were pretty much forced to come maybe by the teacher, but he always came willingly and typically, like I said, would accept redirection and complete the tasks that he was sent there for.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Marie, it sounds like to me, and by the way, my name is James Stanton. I'm the district attorney for Wise County.
Nice to meet you.
I saw you sitting back there. I didn't have a chance to introduce myself to you. So good to have you here today. I'm going to go over a couple of things with you. It sounds like at Azle ISD that there were a lot of programs out there for all the students.
Yes, sir.
To help them with certain subjects. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And we talked a lot about the content mastery, but it sounds like to me there was a bunch of kids, whether they were in special education or not, there was a lot of kids that were in content mastery.
I would reiterate, that is true. They could come, but the majority of the students that came were 504 or special ed students.
Right. That had trouble with a certain subject or needed a little extra help.
Yes, sir.
So in addition to what they were getting with their programs in the school, whether it's a 504 or special ed, they had you and people like you that were helping them additionally.
Yes.
With these types of classes.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And so in this particular case, did you work in the high school the whole time, or were you in different places?
During his time, I was only at the high school.
Only at the high school. Okay. And now I'm listening to your answers here. Do you feel like you have a pretty specific memory of the defendant, Mr. Horner, in this case?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Because it's been a couple of years.
Mm-hmm. Been a few.
So let's talk about that a little bit. I think you referred to him as, it sounds like when he was attending your classes and things, he was able to listen and learn like the rest of the kids. Is that right?
For the most part, yes, sir.
I think we talked a little bit about him being redirected, but I'm going to guess he probably wasn't the only kid in there that needed redirection.
No.
Okay. And that was, it seems like to me from what you're saying is that probably most of the kids in there may have needed a little redirection.
Yes, sir.
Or maybe a little assistance with their focus.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're talking about that and he's in there, you don't have any specific instances of him having any inability to interact with the other kids in that group setting, do you?
Well, I was actually thinking about that this morning and even last night. I recall at least one incident where not just myself, but one of the paraprofessionals in the room, and oftentimes, I mean, it didn't matter who the kid was. We would say, "Hey, look at me. Is that the right choice? Is that what you should be doing?" And like I said, my colleague had to do it as well. But usually he would calm down and take the redirection and move on.
All right. Now, you talked about him in the group setting, and it seemed like you had a pretty specific memory of him interacting with his peers, mostly accepted by his peers, and even I think you said he had friends in that group. Is that right?
Yes.
Kind of like any other kid.
Yes, sir.
Now, I won't get into this too much. We talked about incidences of fighting or conduct and the whole zero tolerance. Ms. Anderson asked you about defending people and other things, but what it also doesn't say is whether or not somebody actually did start it and was assaulting someone else.
Yes. Yeah. The record is very vague.
Right. So, and it sounds like to me, you had quite a bit of interaction over a 4-year period with Mr. Horner. Is that right?
Yes.
And we talked about graduating high school. You said that some kids struggle with high school regardless.
Mhm.
Not everybody's going to be at the top of the class.
No.
But based on your memory and your records, Mr. Horner graduated normally with the rest of his class.
Yes, sir.
Now, at some point, you'll agree with me that your training and your help for the particular student is going to go away because they're 19, 20, 22, 23 years old, right?
Well, special education technically in the state of Texas ends when a student turns 21.
Okay, thank you. But regardless, people are going to grow up, right? And at some point, they're responsible for their own actions, right?
Yes.
The school can't just be responsible for them when they're 30.
No.
Now, trying to make sure I cover all this here. And I didn't use your name. I referred to you as ma'am. Is that okay?
That's perfectly fine.
Okay. I'm a little old school, so. In any of these instances that you're talking about here that specifically deal with the defendant, whether it's redirection or helping him make the right decision and things like that, you talked about several of those you remembered. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And you said with all of those, you were able, even through high school, to get him redirected and get him back on task, so on and so forth. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
Okay. You didn't note any instances in there where you were unable to do that?
No, but again, I'm going to go back to the code of his disciplinary record. There must have been at least 2 incidences where redirection didn't work because, he has a violation of fighting in mutual combat.
That's what it's wrong.
Redirect.
Just briefly, Your Honor. Mary, with regards to the disciplinary record, have you had the opportunity to look at the disciplinary records of students in Azle ISD throughout your career?
I can't say throughout my career, but in the role that I had after I left the high school, I saw many. And so yes, ma'am.
And how did Tanner's compare to those?
Well, his is pretty short in comparison to some that I've seen.
The state asked you about graduating with all of the other kids. In order, well, Tanner was in high school, did he have accommodations?
Yes.
And were those, tell the jury whether you feel he would have been successful in graduating without those accommodations.
No, ma'am. I don't think he would have been successful without them.
So the only reason he graduated was because of the interventions of you and your team?
Well, and his own tenacity, yes.
Tell me about his tenacity.
He worked hard to achieve.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further. Thank you, ma'am, or Marie.
Mr. Stegman,
Let the brother on.
may this witness be kindly excused.
No objections.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Yes, leave those with me. Okay. Who do you have next?
Gary Beaton.
This is the witness. Where is the witness?
He's in the back.
Here.
There you go.
I got it. Good morning. Raise your right hand for me. You solemnly swear or affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, and nothing but the true self you got.
Yes.
Have a seat right here. First of all, hand me that document that's right there in front of you, okay? There's a rule of evidence in effect that says you cannot be in court unless you're testifying. Once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anyone else except the lawyers, okay?
Okay, yes.
All right, Mr. Bill.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Steve Goble, one of Tanner's attorneys. I don't know if we've met. But I need to make clear, we're just going to call you Gary for today.
Yes.
Is that right? And were you subpoenaed to be here?
Yes,
And that was by us.
yes.
How do you know Tanner Moore?
He was part of our church a number of years ago.
And what's your role at the church?
I'm the lead pastor.
Do you remember about how old he was when he started attending?
I don't recall exactly what age it was, no.
Okay. What were your impressions of Tanner while he was attending the church?
He was like any other kid. I'd see him walking up and down the halls. He was part of I think he started kind of in our youth ministry from the beginning. I think junior high, maybe somewhere around there, I'm not sure. So, he was a kid like everyone else. We were aware that, he had a form of autism a little bit. And so there were moments we dealt with that. But as far as being loved by our church family and our people, he was.
And so I assume he wasn't, or will you tell me, was he disruptive or anything? Is that what you're saying?
No, he wasn't disruptive. There would be times where something would happen that was out of the ordinary for him, and he would get upset, but he wouldn't take it out on others. He took it out on himself. He would hit himself, that was kind of what he did.
Now, as the pastor, were you able to have one-on-one conversations with Tanner?
Yeah. Anytime you see a kid, especially as he got into high school, that is kind of becomes a loner, as a pastor, even as a man, you want to try to help someone like that. So we would have conversations and try to speak into his life, and help give some guidance and direction, find out where he was at.
And did he participate at church?
Yes.
Did you have programs that he could be involved in? And what would they be?
So at the time, in our youth ministry, we had what was called, it's fine arts. It's a big form of competition for teenagers of all ages from all over the United States. And we had a stomp team that, has drums and then different kinds of equipment. And so we had won state and won nationals. And Tanner, he was kind of a loner trying to find his place, being a little awkward at times. I don't think he knew where to fit in. But when he got on that team, because you had to try out for that team, he didn't just get on it. He made it. And I think that gave him a sense of belonging. And then the senior students around him were strong Christians and had known him and knew how to work with him. And so, he became part of that team.
So did that involve music?
Yes, it was music. Yes.
And did Tanner show any inclination towards music?
Yeah, Tanner loved music. Yeah.
Now, was there a point in these competitions where something went wrong and got him a little frazzled?
Yeah, so we won state and we made it to the national competition. These competitions, there's 12 to 15,000 students. Not all of them are competing, but it's a large group ranging from doing vocal solos, but for our team, they had practiced and it was time to go in. We went in and I can't remember if he forgot his stick or his stick broke. You broke it. Yeah. He broke his stick. So the routine had started and you got these judges sitting in front of you. It's pretty intimidating, but they had prepared and his stick broke. And when it did, it put him into a panic. I think a lot of it due to his autism a little bit, but also just letting the team down. But the senior ones around him, I think, threw him a stick and then one of them used their hands, so they made it through the routine. But for some reason that really impacted Tanner. And as soon as it was over, he ran out of the room and you could tell he was upset and angry, but he wasn't violent toward anybody. He was just really upset.
But that's something that could have happened to anyone, right?
Yeah. When you're in high pressure competition like that and you've won nationals before, the pressure can get to anybody. But
Now, I mean, in terms of like the stick breaking on stage.
the stick, has no control over that.
Right.
Yeah.
And he didn't see it that way.
No, for him, it was, since it was not in the normal routine for him, he didn't know how to deal with that.
Now, you talked about this team was kind of competitive. You had to try out to get on.
Yes.
Did it require a lot of practice?
Yes, sir. Lots of practice.
So they were there about how often during the week?
It depended on how intense the competition was and then on the group. But that particular year, we had some very strong drummers and musicians. So I would imagine they practiced 2 to 3 times a week. That would probably be the average.
How long have you been at your church?
29 years.
Do you remember who attended church with Tanner?
It was Bill and Jackie Harbison,
And who were they?
his grandparents.
Do you know who was raising Tanner when he was attending your church?
Bill and Jackie, yes.
And what were your impressions of them?
Bill and Jackie were really good people. When they were attending our church, they were very good people. We Yeah, they were very connected in our church family, loved our church family, and just good, solid people.
Now, just from your knowledge, did you know why they were raising him?
Yes, Tanner's mom was pretty much not present. She was in and out of his life, a lot of drugs. And I think she'd been in prison or jail a few times. So I didn't get it to interact with Melissa very much, but was aware of her history, yes.
But you did meet her at some point?
Yes,
Did she not attend regularly like
No,
Bill and Jackie
no.
and Tanner?
if she was out of jail or would happen to be home, she might come on an Easter or something like that, but there was no regular attendance and no connection at all.
Did Tanner's sibling attend too?
Yes,
So you remember him?
yes, vaguely. I didn't know him as well, but yes.
Okay. Was there some point where Bill's kind of attitude toward the church changed?
Yes, so Bill was, up to that point, he was a very loving, we would laugh. I mean, he was just a really good guy. The VA changed his medication, and he became a different person. Like, it was noticeable. He became angry, agitated when he'd show up to church. It just wasn't the same Bill. Tried to have conversations with him. He didn't want to have a conversation. And so he just behaved in a way that wasn't normal. Yeah.
Was there a specific incident that kind of ended that relationship?
Yeah, so we tried to talk to him, but he started bringing a bag to church. He'd carry a bag. And at some point, you have to figure out what's in the bag. So our board, at that time, our security team was a little bit different. They're a lot more intense now, but they finally had to talk to Bill. And the sack had knives and stuff in it. And to him, I don't know why, he thought it was just normal. So when he was told he couldn't bring those to church anymore, he was already upset, but that kind of set him over the edge.
Did Jackie stop attending when Bill did?
I can't answer that.
Well, let me put it another way. Did you have some interaction with Jackie after Bill quit coming?
Yeah, Jackie would reach out right after that, and she understood something was wrong with Bill, but I don't remember how long she attended afterwards. But we'd have conversations trying to just help her deal with Bill as well as Tanner and his brother.
Now, you said we've been talking about kind of junior high and high school for Tanner.
Yes.
When did you last have contact with Tanner?
My last contact was after the incident that we're dealing with now. But when he got into high school,
Yeah.
And he was able to drive on his own, he didn't come all the time. He kind of had his own life and was developing that, but he would still come off and on. I think after graduation or right before graduation, we present a Bible to every senior, and he was there the day we presented his Bible, and that was a big moment. So I think as a pastor, that was probably one of my last encounters with him that I can remember, yeah.
And then you said you had an encounter with him after the incident.
Yes, sir.
Did he initiate that, or you, or how did that happen?
I believe he initiated it, so I received a call that he wanted to visit with me. And so, as a pastor, we don't always get to do the easy things. We do what we're called to do. So I met with him and just wanted to make sure he was okay. And wanted to make sure he understood, really what had happened.
Mhm.
Because with his autism, and I don't know what range of the spectrum he was, but connecting things together was, sometimes you had to really help him connect that. So I just felt like, all right, number one, I need to go pray with him. And then two, I want to make sure he understands fully what went on. So we went and we had a good conversation, I felt. And talked about the reality that, as far as his physical life, it was never going to be the same. And so the only way that he was going to get through that is if his spiritual life, if he, really turned his life over to God, he was going to need God's strength to get through all that he was going to face. But his life was never going to be the same physically, but spiritually, I wanted to make sure that his heart, his soul was taken care of.
And you said you did have the chance to pray with him?
Yes, so I talked to him. We prayed the sinner's prayer together. And then I believe he requested a specific Bible. I can't recall if that Bible was actually delivered. I don't remember. I want to say we did, but I can't remember.
I understand, and that's been a little bit of time.
That's
right
been
after
long.
he went in.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I'll pass away.
Cross-examination.
Sir, I want to talk to you just a little bit about a couple of things. You said testified initially that Mr. Horner was able to participate in this youth group,
Yes.
right?
And this, yeah.
And he was able to go to practice several times a week
Yes.
and able to work within that group to perform for a common goal.
Yes.
And in fact, did well enough that they were able to place and do well on a big stage.
Yes, sir.
And he was, and how long does it take to do that? Is that a couple of year process that you have to get kind of together and practice? You have to work with all these people?
Well, each year there's a competition. Every 2 years, it's national. It's national every year, but every 2 years it's really big because it's a convention where all the pastors from the United States as well as youth groups from all over the country meet.
Right.
But so each year the team would be different according to who graduated, who would come in. I don't remember how many years Tanner was on the team. But yeah, within that structure, he was able to function within that team framework.
Right. Be able to come to practice and
Yes.
work with other people,
Yes.
take criticism on whether or not he's doing correct or not.
Yes.
And he was able to do that throughout the time that you remember.
Yes. If there would have been an incident that we felt would have been unsafe, then Tanner would have never been allowed to go. Yes.
Right. And you didn't feel like that.
No.
And it sounds like that you guys at the church were ready, able, and willing to provide Tanner and his family with whatever support they needed.
We did our best, yes, to help Bill and Jackie.
Right.
And
Because they're raising their grandkid, right?
yes.
And I'm going to speculate here a little bit, but that's probably not the only grandkid you've seen in the lately raised by grandparents.
Happens quite often, unfortunately.
It's unfortunate, but you're telling us today that he did have that support network with his grandparents.
Yes, Bill and Jackie, yes.
And he also had it at his church family as well.
Yes.
Now, you talked a little bit about the last time that that you saw the defendant, Tanner, correct?
Yes.
You remember what day that was?
No, sir, I don't remember the day.
And you said that you talked to him, and I think that you said you wanted to understand what had happened.
No, I wanted to make sure he understood the severity of what happened.
Well, let me just ask you, in that conversation, what did he tell you happened in this case?
Sir, I can't remember. I honestly don't remember.
You don't remember him telling you what he did to Athena Strand?
No, sir.
Did you ask him?
I don't believe I specifically asked that, no. I knew what happened. And so I just want to make sure he understood what happened.
Let me ask you this. You said you knew what happened.
Yes.
What did you know what happened?
All I knew at that time was what had been out, and that is he was driving for, I think, FedEx, and had hit Athena, panicked, and then did what he did. That's all I knew.
And that's what you discussed with him, about what you knew had happened.
Yeah, I don't know if we got into specifics. I really don't. I just wanted him to understand the severity. Like, look, Tanner, this is real, and this is not going away. And I wanted him to understand that.
Do you know now that that's not what happened?
Yes, sir.
You know now that it's something dramatically different than that.
Yes, I haven't watched the case.
When you talked to him initially, the last time you talked to him, you knew that initial version, and
Yes.
that's what you were going in on him to talk about.
Yes.
But he didn't tell you the truth about what happened.
No, sir, I don't think we actually discussed the specifics. Again, my goal was simply I wanted to look in his eyes and, are you aware of the severity? Do you fully grasp what you did? But we didn't talk about the specifics, as I recall.
Based on his version of it,
Yeah.
he knew what he did.
Yes.
Now you know that version's not true.
Yes, sir.
So he lied to you.
Yes, sir.
That's what redirect.
Now, at that time, you knew that Tanner had caused the murder,
Yes.
so your conversation was based on that premise.
Yes.
And you're saying you did or did not discuss detail?
I don't believe we discussed details. My goal was just, Tanner, do you understand the severity? Do you get what happened, and that this is going to be life-changing, and you can't undo that? And so I believe that was our conversation.
And that stemmed from the notion that that's a horrible
Yes.
sin, crime,
Yes.
murder.
Yeah, he was aware. I knew. So I don't think the specifics was the goal. It was just making him just aware that this was going to be life altering. It wasn't consequences. They're not going away.
And you still counseled him,
Yes.
and you still prayed with him,
Yes.
and you still helped him get the Bible.
Yes. Yes.
That's what it's for.
Mr. Stegman,
No further on.
may this witness be finally excused?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thanks. Let me stretch my legs, okay? See you about 10:30.
I'm doing as okay as I can be.
Would you please go ahead and introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Rita, and I'm here as an interpreter with this, to be here.
You said you were subpoenaed to be here?
Mhm.
Were you subpoenaed by the defense?
Yes.
Now, Reba, I see that you have some crocheting in your lab. Tell me about that.
I'm narcoleptic and I tend to fall asleep at random times. And the crocheting, I don't even have to look at it, helps keep me awake so I don't fall asleep randomly. I know it's a bit awkward, but I'm not medicated and it works.
How long has this been an issue?
I've always randomly fallen asleep in class since I think my earliest memories of it was probably 8 or 9 years old.
Reba, you had said that you were here to be a character witness for Tanner Horner. And how do you know Tanner?
We were best friends when we were in 5th grade and dated briefly in high school. And again, briefly when we got older.
You said that you met him in school. What grade were you in when you first met him?
5th grade.
Did y'all hang out a lot?
On the playground, yeah.
And how often would you hang out?
Almost daily. Playing games like kickball or, pretend or something like that.
And did y'all do anything else together? What other types of games did you play?
Like back then, Harry Potter was really big. We would sometimes pretend to play something in Harry Potter, and I would be one of the bad guys or something like that.
What was Tanner like at that age?
He was energetic, talkative. It was always fun to be around.
Now, Reba, did you and Tanner ever attend church together?
Yes.
What grade were you in when y'all began attending church together?
10th grade.
How often would y'all attend church?
At least once a week, but sometimes twice a week.
Did you and Tanner enjoy going to church?
Yes, I enjoyed spending time with him and his family. He would often, during the services in the chapel where they would have the sermons, would have to wake me up because I would fall asleep.
So it wasn't just you and Tanner that attended, you attended with his family as well?
Mhm.
When you say you attended with his family, who are you referring to?
His grandmother, his grandfather, and his little brother.
You said that you had originally met Tanner when y'all were in the 5th grade. Did you stay friends with him throughout high school?
Yes,
Did y'all attend high school together?
yes.
Well, what was Tanner like in high school?
About the same. I mean, he was insecure about being in choir because his voice was changing.
Were there any other things that he was insecure about?
That one was the main one. He wanted to focus more on playing instruments and things like that. Try to have a music career when he grew up.
When y'all were in high school, were you still hanging out together the same amount of time that you did when you were in elementary school?
A little bit more. We had more freedom to be like going out to the mall and things like that.
And what kinds of things would y'all do in addition to going to the mall?
Sometimes we went out to eat with his grandparents, and it was really mainly going out to eat or at the mall or hanging out at his house.
Well, you said that you and Tanner had briefly dated while you were in high school.
Yes.
Tell me about that.
He was always really sweet, real gentlemanly. Again, this was a long time ago. But I enjoyed spending time with him back then.
Well, how'd y'all make that jump from childhood friends to high school dating?
He admitted to me that he had a crush on me And I'm like, why hadn't you asked me out? Because I'm the type that, the other person needs to make the first move. I don't really catch the hint.
Well, what was he like as a boyfriend?
He was sweet and endearing back then. He was very supportive and seemed real protective back then of me when things were bad.
When things were bad?
Yes.
Were things often bad for you?
On occasion, yes. I had issues at home sometimes, and the kids at school liked to tease and make fun of me behind my back. And whenever he was around, it didn't seem to happen as much.
As a boyfriend, did Tanner treat you well?
Yes.
Was he ever physically violent to you?
No.
Ever raise his voice to you?
No.
Did he ever pressure you into doing something that you didn't want to do?
No.
Oh, why did you two break up?
I pulled a really dumb move on my part and wanted to date somebody else instead. And so I broke up with Tanner to date another person.
How do you take that?
Not too well.
Why do you say that?
He was upset, and he had every right to be upset. He, chased me and the other guy on after school across the street.
Well, did you think that he might hurt you? I mean, hurt himself because of the breakup?
No, I didn't think about that. I mean, I was more afraid of the emotions rather than the actions.
With the, after the breakup, did you still see Tanner?
After the breakup, he did come to my house one time to ask, for clarification of what was going on. And he walked about 20 miles to my house, and I was more concerned about safety than the fact that he showed up.
When you say safety, whose safety?
His safety, because that was walking from Lake Worth all the way to Lahana, which is between Azle and Springtown.
Oh, what kind of road is that?
199, and it's pretty busy.
So when you say that you were afraid for his safety, was it just his safety while walking?
His safety while walking.
Well, after the breakup, did he seem to be depressed?
A little, but after a while, we were still able to maintain some sort of friendship.
And you said that he walked almost 20 miles to your house,
Yes.
wanted some clarity about the breakup.
Mhm.
What did you think of this gesture?
At the moment, I was just shocked that he walked that far, and I was more afraid of him getting hit by a car. So I didn't really think too much of it other than, are you okay?
But you weren't worried that he was coming out there to harm you or anything, were you?
Mm-mm.
At some point, did you marry?
Yes, I did get married to another man.
After you married, did you maintain contact with Tanner?
Off and on, yes.
Are you and your husband still married?
By technicality, yes.
Have y'all separated?
A long time ago.
About how long ago?
When he first wanted to separate, let's see, that would be about 15 years when he first wanted to separate. And the full separation was about 13 years ago.
After you and your husband separated, did you get back into contact with Tanner?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Well, we were already talking back and forth for a while, like I said, throughout the relationship that I had with my husband. He, when things got bad, I would vent to him or, just catch up.
Did you ever pursue him with a romantic interest involved?
Yes.
Was Tanner interested in dating you at the time?
No, he wanted to keep it more friends with benefits type thing.
And what do you mean by friends with benefits?
Not exactly dating, but, still kind of together.
How did you feel about that? Were you okay with it?
I was okay with it, but I did try to pressure for more than just that.
What, when you say you were pressuring him for more than just that, what kind of relationship did you want?
I wanted exclusively dating. Because I wanted to be with somebody who I could be safe with, or who I felt that I could be safe with.
At some point, did y'all begin a relationship like that?
Yeah, sort of. So I would say we kind of dated again.
Was this Tanner and Reba 2.0, was that different from your high school dating?
Not really. I mean, other than, just being adults.
When you look back on comparing the two relationships as the adult, do you feel that you two were more mature at the time?
When we were adults, yes, we were more mature.
Do you think that y'all had a greater level of emotional intimacy?
Yes.
Now, when I ask about emotional intimacy, what does that mean to you?
Being able to confide in one another and not have judgments on what the other person did.
And is this something that Tanner was able to do?
Yes.
And how would he show this level of emotional intimacy with you?
We'd sit up late at night and talk, or, go and do things together from time to time.
Now, Reba, in addition to emotional intimacy, was there new physical intimacy?
Yes.
Did he ever pressure you to do anything that you didn't want to do?
Never.
Did he always ask for consent before something happened?
Yes.
Was that important to you?
Yes.
Why was that important to you?
Past abuse.
Now, Reba, how long did this new relationship with Tanner last?
See, about 3 months.
Did you enjoy spending time with him during the 3 months?
Yes.
And why did y'all break up the second time?
He was very clear that he wasn't ready to be a dad yet, and that he wanted to focus on his music and that sort of thing, which I totally understood. And then my partner that I'm with now wanted kids and wanted a family, so I took the chance with him.
How'd that work out?
We have been together for almost 13 years.
When you were with Tanner before, how many kids did you have?
2.
Now, after y'all broke up the second time, were you able to maintain a friendship with him?
Off and on, yes. It would be sporadic whenever we got into contact. I hadn't really talked to him since 2017.
Do you still have any mementos of your time together with Tanner?
Yes.
Tell me about that.
It's a little black cat with a spider web on its belly. The day that we got it, we were in high school and at the mall. I had spent most of my birthday money on a book, and I absolutely had to have this cat, and I was $2 short. So he pitched in the rest of the money, and I got the cat.
Do you still have that cat?
Yes.
So what happened when y'all broke up? Who got custody of the cat?
I did. On occasion, while we were dating, the little stuffed cat would go to his house, but for the most part, I kept the cat.
I'll pass the witness.
Cross examination.
Briefly, Your Honor, thank you. Ma'am, My name is James Stanton. I'm the district attorney for Weiss and Jack County. I want to, just a little bit there. I see you knitting away. Do you knit faster when you're nervous or slower when you're not? Does it change?
The speed changes from time to time.
Okay.
So rather, it depends on if I feel the stitches.
Okay. Well, it seems like to me, and I think you've, and you said you've had this problem since you were how old?
About 8 or 9 years old, I would randomly fall asleep. I also have a condition called cataplexy, which means like if I get too excited or if I'm spooked, that I will either go into a seizure-like event, or I jump and I fall, like all my muscles won't move.
Well, I'm gonna tell you, I'm not gonna do any of that to you today. Okay. I just note that, so you've had that since you were a kid, and now you're a mom, family, everything else. So it seems like you've kind of found a way to work around whatever problems you had or you were born with.
Yep.
Now, you did talk a little bit about an instance that you got the new boyfriend, and you said that Mr. Horner had chased you and the boyfriend. I'm trying to make sense of that.
He just chased us, asking us why, and I went across the street to where my mom was to pick me up, and I just left it at that.
Okay. I'm just trying to get a little clarity on that. And it also, the big thing here is you talked a lot about you said you'd had some rough childhood. I'm not going to get into that. You said you've had some past abuse and things of that nature, right?
Mm-hmm.
But you're still a mom, got a family. And let me just ask you, just to be clear here, you're not a felon, are you?
No.
You haven't killed anybody?
No.
No sexual assault on your part,
No.
despite your rough childhood?
Yes.
And the last thing I'm going to ask you is that you said you're here to be a character witness for Mr. Horner. Is that right?
Correct.
Let me just ask you, do you know what happened in this case?
I have heard.
What have you heard?
Objection, Your Honor, that's hearsay.
Sustained.
Tell me what you know about this case.
Objection, Your Honor, that's based on hearsay.
Sustained.
Um,
Hang on, you don't have to answer.
So as part of this case, have you talked to the defendant at all as part of this case?
no.
So are you aware that the original story that he told in this case was that he ran into Athena Strand?
Objection, Your Honor, still hearsay.
Sustained.
That's what it is.
Read the record.
Yes, and Reba, I'm sorry, I was looking at my notes and I realized I had left a section out. So I wanted to ask you a little bit about Tanner's home life. Did you ever go to Tanner's house?
Yes.
Who did he live with?
His grandmother and his grandfather?
Was his father around at the time?
No.
And what about his mom?
Very sporadic. I think I've only, met her once, and he would hardly talk about her back then.
When you met her, what was your impression of his mother?
I did not have a very good impression of her.
Why not?
When I did meet her, we were going to Six Flags together, and I don't think she was in the right frame of mind at the time. And my parents were very strict about having adult supervision, and every time she tried to run off, we would have to go and find her, and it felt almost like babysitting.
What did you mean by not in the right frame of mind?
I don't think she was sober.
And did you ever meet Tanner's grandparents?
Yes,
And what was your impression of his grandmother, Jackie?
very loving. She wa- she did everything she could to help support them and make sure that they had the best that they could give.
And what about his grandfather, Bill?
He reminded me a bit of my dad. My dad's a veteran, and he was quiet and almost stoic at times. So I really didn't talk to him much. He just sat there and was really quiet.
Were you around when, or let me back up, were you able to see any interactions between Bill and Tanner?
Not really. I mean, there was like maybe one time that I remember when I went over to his house, and it was really early before church. And, that morning Tanner was really abnormally quiet, and I could feel like his grandfather was a little upset or angry that morning. He didn't say anything. There wasn't any, actual interaction while I was there, but you could just feel the emotions in the room.
Were they good emotions?
No, they didn't feel like they were pleasant emotions.
All right, I'll pass the witness.
Mr. Staton,
Nothing further, Your Honor.
may this witness be finally excused?
No objection.
Any objection from the state?
No.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Just quick, real quick.
Yeah, I was gonna say, counsel. Okay. Hey, let me know when lunch gets here. Okay. Who is it? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Huh? Okay. You get some time off? Slacker. I would agree. Here she comes. Come in. Good morning. Yes, ma'am. And that chair is a little, it's county issue, so be careful. All right.
Thank you for that.
Raise your right hand, solemnly swear affirm testimony given this cause to be the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Rule of evidence that in fact says you can't be in court unless you're testifying. Once you have testified, don't discuss your testimony with anybody else except the lawyers. Okay. First and last name for the court reporter and spelling.
My first name is Amy, A-M-Y, and my last name is Fritz, F-R-I-T-Z.
All right, outside the presence of the jury, Ms. Anderson, you may proceed.
Yes, Your Honor. Dr. Fritz, hold on one moment.
Mhm.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Fritz, I'm gonna hand you Elizabeth Marcus attendance exhibit number 76 and 77.
Okay,
Did you recognize these?
yes, this is my CV or resume, and this is the report I wrote.
Does your defendant's exhibit number 77, does that accurately reflect your education, training, and work experience?
Yes, it does.
And defense exhibit number 76, does that accurately reflect the findings and testing and evaluation that you conducted in this?
It does.
Defense offers defense exhibit 76 and 77 that have been previously tendered to the state.
At this point, I'll admit them for the record, and then in the presence of the jury, admit, or do you want to admit it for all purposes?
We can pre-admit and admit them for all purposes, Judge.
Okay, 76 and 77 are admitted.
Dr. Fritz, your CV has been offered to evidence, so I'm not going to ask you about your credentials during this. But I did want to ask you, what were you asked to do in this particular case?
Sure. So I was contacted by the defense in order to opine on whether Mr. Horner has autism and the social communication traits that are specifically associated with neurodivergence.
Did you perform any autism tests to diagnose autism?
No. So as a speech language pathologist, it's not within my scope to make that diagnosis of autism in most states. And I can, however, talk about the social communication aspects, which are like half of the diagnostic criteria from the DSM.
Have the diagnostic criteria for what?
For autism spectrum disorder.
In your line of work, how common is it for an expert or for a doctor to rely upon the reports and findings and test results from other experts?
I would say somewhat regular, especially, or somewhat common, especially in the forensic world.
And what about in the clinical world?
I would say in related fields. So for example, some of my clients have comorbid medical conditions or mental health conditions that are important for me to know more about.
When preparing for this case, did you meet with Tanner?
Yes, I evaluated him across 2 days, evaluated him in the jail. And I believe I was there for about 4 hours one day and 3.5 the next.
During this time that you spent with him, did you conduct any testing of your own?
Yes. So unfortunately, my field doesn't have a lot of standardized assessments that are appropriate to give to adults over the age of 22. There are profiles that are very helpful, and there are some instruments that we can use to provide age equivalencies or other information that's somewhat standardized. So I did perform both informal and formal assessment, as well as observations, record review, and interviewing with the client himself, as well as his grandmother.
With regards to the testing that you did do, are those the kinds of tests that are generally accepted in your field?
Yes, so the ones that I gave are all very mainstream assessments. So two that are standardized for somebody of Tanner's age were the Peabody Picture Vocabulary Test, as well as the Expressive One-Word Test. Those are both vocabulary assessments. And then I gave the clinical assessment of language fundamentals. That is actually, the clinical evaluation of language fundamentals. That's actually
Okay,
the.
hold on, you're talking really fast.
Sorry, sir, I'm a little nervous.
Well, don't be nervous, because
I gotta slow down for
she
you.
might throw paper clips at you here in a minute.
Oh, no, I don't want to get assaulted here. So let me slow down.
Well, let me ask you this, Dr. Fritz, are all of
Yeah.
the tests that you performed, are they set out in the report that has been admitted into evidence?
They are, yes.
What I'd like you to do now is just kind of give us a little brief summary of your findings based on all of the testing and observation and interviews that you did.
Sure. So I would say in its most broad scale, I diagnosed Mr. Horner with mild to severe receptive expressive language disorder. That's a strange diagnosis because it is so differential to say mild to severe. But Mr. Horner has some pretty splintered language skills, so some aspects are he's much more competent in than he is in others. And then I also diagnosed him with what's called symbolic dysfunction relating to pragmatic communication. That's a fancy way of saying that he's got a profound social communication deficit. And that's secondary to his organic autism spectrum disorder diagnosis.
So let's talk about these diagnoses.
Mm-hmm.
Have you been asked to give an opinion as to how these diagnoses may have impacted Tanner, not just throughout his life, but through the crime itself and up to his present incarceration?
Yes. So I basically looked at historic or retrospective information, as well as information that happened post-crime, and reviewed records, interrogation videos, jail calls, letters he wrote, to kind of evaluate the use of language constructs after the crime itself.
Why is this important for the jury to know?
Because of the fact that he has profound social communication deficits, we see evidence of that in his interrogations, in his interactions with loved ones through the jail calls. That would be certainly indicative of somebody who is struggling with social norms, and certainly could be deemed as highly inappropriate. And understanding a little bit more about the nature of his social communication deficits, I think, is really the goal.
Without your explanation of what you see in the interrogation videos and the jail calls that you reviewed and some of the other evidence that you reviewed, is it possible for those interactions to be misconstrued?
Absolutely. So if you look at the words he said, his demeanor, so how he says things in the interrogation, and certainly following in his letters and in his calls, he would seem completely heartless and very inappropriate at times. And being able to look at it through the lens of somebody who's on the autism spectrum and recognizing breakdowns or differences in social communication is something that I was specifically looking for.
Do you think that testimony would assist the jury in deciding the ultimate issues in this case?
I think it could.
I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
Thank you, Judge. On your specific conclusions, are you just going to be talking about those 2 diagnoses that are in your report?
I'm not sure. Do you mean what will I be asked during direct or?
What are you going to testify specifically about Tanner Horner?
So the way that his social communication deficits, along with related, because I am an autism disorder specialist and expert, his related difficulties can be evidenced throughout the crime and his behavior afterwards.
And do you have specific examples of that?
Yes.
And what are those?
So I'm going to look at, or would like to talk about issues relating to theory of mind deficits, central coherence challenges, profound social communication challenges, which goes hand in hand with nonverbal communication, or the use of conversational rules and routines, and also understanding of social norms, executive functioning challenges. All of those are a part of what we see in autism and what I specifically was looking at with Mr. Horner.
And did you find specific examples of that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what are those?
So I guess I'm not sure how in depth I'm supposed to go, but I can give you, so I guess I wonder how, just go ahead and talk? Okay, so some specifics then would be the fact that his pragmatics are that's social communication, highly impaired. And he has what we call basic functional communication and an understanding of social norms in terms of scripted or typical, manners-based speech. So during the assessment, someone sneezed outside of the room and he's yelled out, "Bless you," because he knew that was an appropriate response. His difficulties come into play more with more nuanced or subtle aspects of communication, things like narrative discourse, very difficult for him to tell a story in a linear fashion. He also has significant difficulty being able to express any sort of emotion. I believe that Mr. Horner has a condition known as alexithymia. It's a secondary.
Spell that for the court.
Sure, it's ALEX. I gotta, give me a second so I make sure I do that correctly. ALEXITHYMIA. And this is a common trait among individuals on the autism spectrum. It is a challenge for about 40 to 65% of individuals on the spectrum, as opposed to about 10% in the general population. It is a condition where you have difficulty being able to feel emotions the same way that those of us who are neurotypical, who do not have alexithymia, can feel them, and sort of an overall lack of awareness of their internal state. It also can affect their ability to express empathy or even remorse in a way that's considered prosocial.
And on this alexithymia, was that something that you diagnosed Tanner with, or are you relying on somebody else?
Myself. So alexithymia it's more of a trait than a formal diagnosis. And right now, the hallmark measure for diagnoses is actually a free instrument that's been made available called the Toronto Alexithymia Scale.
Can you really spell that?
Yes, sir. Toronto, and then alexithymia, ALEXITHYMIA. scale, and it's been revised, so it's 2.0. And it basically allows us to determine whether someone is able to describe their feelings, whether their thinking is externalized or internalized, whether they have difficulty identifying their own feelings, and whether they have difficulty, and I'm not sure if I said this one already, but describing their feelings. So Mr. Horner had difficulties in all aspects of relating to alexithymia.
And you talked about empathy. How is empathy related to alexithymia?
So empathy in itself is sort of this ability for an individual to understand or feel what someone is experiencing. There's cognitive empathy, which is like, I see how you feel that way, versus affective empathy, which is, I feel it with you. And Mr. Horner had difficulties, I think, in expressing empathy. But I am going to also assert that I saw evidence of him possessing empathy, which is really common in individuals on the autism spectrum.
And your evidence of him expressing empathy, was there anything that you're going to discuss that is not included in your report with regards to that?
Mhm. I'm sorry, just give me a moment to look at what I've included.
Yeah, you're fine.
Thank you. My intention is to talk about, and so I apologize for not answering you directly, but my intention is to talk about evidence in the jail calls, which I think is in the report, evidence in the interrogation. There's less empathy exhibited there. Also in during the actual assessment, and I think that's in the report too.
And what part in the assessment was empathy?
So one thing that Mr. Horner would do is if he would see somebody being mistreated, for example, in a video scenario, he would express feelings of, saying that that person was being rude, or feeling sorry for a character in a video. Certainly demonstrated empathy for animals. So if he saw an animal that looked sad or was in a cage, he would express that both with his words and with his nonverbal language.
Okay. Are there any other, specific examples that you are going to be speaking about on these jail calls or interrogations?
I guess
in regards to your conclusions, right?
Yes, of course. Yeah, one aspect that I think is important, or as an important example, is when Mr. Horner's mother called him, and he called his mother, couldn't understand why his fellow inmates were looking at him like a monster. And his mother, knowing his difficulties in this area, had to directly put it in terms he could understand. And so therefore gave him that perspective taking. That goes to theory of mind as well, of what if this happened to your child? How would you then feel? And so with that additional prompt, then he could explain and understand how he, to some degree, made Athena's family feel.
Okay. And I believe that you listed in your report all the items that you have reviewed, correct?
Yes, and the items in the back are, the back 2 pages, I believe,
Yes.
are the extensive list of the records I've reviewed, with the exception of information I received from the defense after I'd written my report.
And what is that?
So that would be Dr. Imhoff and Dr. Spence's report, the report from Dr. Arumbala, as well as I believe, information that was provided by the state. So deposition transcripts, jail records, the abduction video, and prior bad acts. I think that's a comprehensive list of the items I've reviewed that are not already reflected in the report.
And have you reviewed all those items?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you create a new report?
No, ma'am, I just recently got those.
And what are you going to testify to within regards to those specific items that are not included in this report? We can start with Imhoff and Spence. Are you going to testify anything related to the reports of Imhoff and Spence?
No, there was nothing new or surprising to me in their report.
Dr. Arambula, are you going to testify to anything with regards to anything in Dr. Arambula's report?
Right. Nothing stands out to me. So unless I was asked directly about it, it's, I can't think of anything off the top of my head and I don't have it in front of me, but there was nothing in it that I planned on speaking about.
Okay. And the deposition transcripts, there was a lot of deposition transcripts.
Mhm.
Which specific deposition transcripts did you receive?
I received the one from Mr. Horner's mother and his grandmother, those two.
And those are the only ones?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you going to testify to anything with regards to anything in those deposition transcripts?
Yeah, I guess I don't think so unless I'm asked about them in particular.
If you were asked about them in particular, would you have anything to say about them? Is there anything that changes your opinion?
Nothing changes my opinion, no.
How about the abduction video?
Again, my opinion changed after watching the abduction video with regards to what Mr. Horner's meltdown would look like, because I could then see directly, his actions. So if I were asked specifically about the abduction video, I have thoughts on that.
What are your thoughts on that?
I think that he doesn't demonstrate the emotion dysregulation that I typically see in individuals on the autism spectrum in the moments prior to and right at the time of the abduction. That said, I do see some evidence of his, and I want to say this in the right way, his increased dysregulation as the criminal event is occurring. In other words, his language was kind, cautious, easy, and not scary at first, and then became highly disrespectful and horrific towards Athena. So that change in his language was very evident to me, and something that I could only see once I had seen the video.
And that was surprising to you?
I think what was surprising was not being able to see the emotion dysregulation because of the fact that Mr. Horner is an affable gentleman who is, certainly has a good sense of humor, is articulate, and I expected to see more of the head banging or of a very red face. Some of the things that I see with, somebody who is autistic, who is having a meltdown. That said, Mr. Horner in the interrogation describes a period of disassociation without using that word, kind of losing time or, feeling like he wasn't in control of his actions. That I can also see. And to be honest with you, you've heard the adage that when you've seen one person with autism, you've seen one person with autism. It can look very different. So his emotion dysregulation, taking a sort of quieter lens, is not, it was surprising to me, yes, but it's not without precedence.
You also mentioned you reviewed the prior bad acts. Was there anything in there that you reviewed that
No,
changed your opinion or that you will testify to today?
no, ma'am.
What did Tanner Horner tell you about what he did
Mr.
to
Horner
Athena?
told me that he backed into her because the backup camera was not working. He also told me that he strangled her. I would say that the story that he gave me at the time of the evaluation was very similar to what he told the investigators in the interrogation.
So he liked you.
Yes, ma'am.
Did he tell you anything about sexually assaulting Athena Strand?
No, ma'am, and I didn't ask.
Judge, I'll have this.
Okay, read the record.
Just briefly, Dr. Fritz, will you be able to testify to any of the comorbidities or co-occurring diagnoses that Tanner possesses?
Yes, I feel comfortable because of my many years of experience in working with individuals on the spectrum to talk about common comorbidities. And having reviewed the reports of Dr. Specht, along with Dr. Davies, I believe I can opine on those issues relating to lead toxicity and fetal alcohol syndrome.
And so will you testify about how all of those diagnoses work together?
Yes.
And based upon your training experience, is that something that you were able to do?
Yes. So within my scope, I certainly would never make a mental health diagnosis. I would never, talk about a specific medical condition outside of my scope. However, comorbid traits and how those and how the communication is hindered or affected by them is certainly within my wheelhouse.
Any other moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Dewar?
Nothing further, Judge.
Thank you, ma'am. You step back in the office.
Thank you, sir.
Any objections from the state?
No objections, Judge.
Okay. All right. We will start no later than 1 o'clock. Okay.
Yes, sir.
You ready?
may be seated. Good afternoon. We are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Ms. Anderson?
Yes, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Dr. Fritz. How are you doing?
I'm all right, thank you.
Now, Dr. Fritz, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Yes, of course. So my name is Amy Fritz, and I'm a speech language pathologist.
What does a speech language pathologist do?
Sure. So speech language pathologist is a professional that works with individuals on different areas of communication. We work on receptive and expressive communication, which is someone's ability to understand what we're saying to them as well as express themselves verbally. We work on social communication, which is the way that we use language between people. We work on cognition. So if you know anyone who's had a stroke, they've probably been evaluated by an SLP. Some SLPs work on swallowing disorders, but I don't. We also have SLPs that work on voice disorders. So if you know somebody that has a different sounding voice, they might work with a speech pathologist. Fluency disorders, which you think of as stuttering. So it's a wide variety of issues that we address, and we also work with people across the lifespan. So I have colleagues that work in neonatal units, and I have colleagues that are working with people at end of life.
And Dr. Fritz, do you have any area of specialty?
Sure. So I've been a speech pathologist since 1999, and I have specialized most of that time in autism spectrum disorder. That has been especially the case for the last 11 years or so, but I have been working with individuals on the spectrum since the very beginning of my career. In fact, I was placed in the first classroom in the state of Ohio that was full of all children with autism, because at the time that the prevalence, so that's the number of people in the population that had autism, was so low that there wasn't a big need for those kinds of classrooms until that time. I was a rookie coming out of grad school, so they put me in the classroom and I ended up falling in love with the population.
And Dr. Fritz, tell the jury a little bit about your educational background.
Sure. So my undergrad is in English and reading education. I went to a small school in Ohio, and I always consider myself an educator first. My master's degree then is in speech pathology, and I went to the Ohio State University for that. Don't hold it against me if you're not a Buckeye fan. And then my doctorate degree is from Ball State University, and that's in special education with a cognate area of focus in speech pathology.
Yeah, you said that your practice focuses on individuals with autism. And you said that you fell in love with the population. What was it about the population that made you fall in love with them?
I think I have a penchant for the neurodiverse because individuals on the spectrum are, it's kind of like what you see is what you get. None of the, to be fair, I work almost exclusively with individuals who have level 1 autism. So there are 3 levels. And level 1 is the highest functioning level. So I work with individuals who have very sort of nuanced or subtle difficulties with, say, their social communication. But with my clients, I can directly explain social rules to them and I don't offend them. They just haven't learned them before. So to me, it's a really refreshing population to work with.
And Dr. Fritz, you had mentioned that you are currently a speech language pathologist. Where are you working?
So I work for myself. I'm self-employed. My practice is called Cedar Tree Communication Therapy, and I'm based out of Florida. And I started my practice 1 week before the world shut down. And I had an office I was paying rent on for 18 months and pivoted to telehealth like the rest of the world. And it ended up being wonderful for me and for my clients because they're very comfortable joining me via computer, and we're making really good progress. So I can see clients remotely, and that's about 60% of the work I do. The other 40% is working on forensic cases like this.
You said that it seems that your clients enjoy the remote aspect of the evaluations in your meetings more. Why do you think that is?
I think it takes away a level of stress in terms of not having to go out into the social world. And the concern becomes whether there's going to be what we call generalization. So will they use the skills that we work on in the individualized sessions and then be able to apply them in real life? And I was really pleased when I surveyed my clients when the world started opening back up. I think at that time I had about 42 clients and only one of them wanted to come in person. So it's comfortable for them because you're meeting them in their home environment. I also don't have clients miss sessions because of the fact that if they're not on the session in 2 or 3 minutes after the start time, I'll text them and they'll join me from wherever they are. And that's very convenient for them. It's easy for me too.
Dr. Fritz, one thing I forgot to ask you about, are you certified in your field?
I am. So in order to be a speech language pathologist, you have to be licensed. And then you also can opt to get national certification. So my national board is called the American Speech Language and Hearing Association. And it is a governing body for speech pathologists and audiologists. And if you choose, you can do what's called a certification of clinical competence. We call it our C's. And if you get your C's, then you're nationally certified. It takes about a 9-month period of time where you're being supervised by a mentor. And then you take that certification and that allows for the credibility to be recognized by the board. And then you have to keep up that credentialing through continuing education throughout your career.
Dr. Fritz, have you ever presented at professional conferences?
Yes, so I've presented at several state conferences. I also have done some work presenting at the local level, done lots of parent trainings, lots of educator trainings in the state of Florida and some in Indiana and Ohio as well.
Is it just the parents or do you present to other organizations?
Sure. So parents are a big one. Educators are another big one. And it might surprise you to know that we also do a lot of training with law enforcement. And the reason for that can be multifold. It started off early in this world of autism as being able to help law enforcement understand what autism was and how somebody with autism might present. And then over time, it's kind of merged into individuals on the spectrum going through and becoming law enforcement officers themselves. And typically they do really well when they get through the academy, learning how to follow the rules, understanding procedures. But then when you go into, the field training, which is more dynamic, minute by minute decision making, it tends to be a bigger challenge. And so with this extensive increase in the amount of autism in our community, we see autistic individuals in every career, every field. And so knowing how to best support them is an important part of what I do.
And Dr. Fritz, I think you may have said this before, but do you work in both the clinical and forensic fields?
Yes. So I consider myself a clinician first. The forensic work is important to me because it's important to me to make sure that justice-involved clients are understood in light of their autism. I think perhaps my favorite is when I can work with a client who either has become justice-involved or is in danger of becoming criminally involved, and we can work on, sort of rehabilitative social cognition strategies to avoid future justice involvement.
Have you testified in both state and federal courts?
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Fritz, I want to turn your attention to this case in particular.
Okay.
Were you retained by the defense in this case?
Yes, I was.
What were you asked to do?
To evaluate Mr. Horner and any relevant collaterals, just other people who he was familiar with or who were familiar with him, and determine what, if any, presence of autism and its related social communication deficits were relevant in the current case.
What have you done so far in this case?
Sure. So I spent a lot of time reviewing records. So we look at educational records to get a good understanding of a client's history. I also looked at social history as much as it was available. So that's information about Mr. Horner's family life and how that might be relevant. I examined some medical records because he's had quite a few associated medical conditions and hospitalizations. Also did some interview with Mr. Horner directly, along with direct assessment with both him and with his grandmother.
Dr. Fritz, what is your normal hourly fee for your forensic work?
So it ranges depending on what I'm doing. If I'm traveling to come to a case or to go evaluate somebody, there's one rate. If I'm doing something high pressure, like sitting here talking to you, there's another rate. It averages out to $370 an hour.
Approximately how many hours have you put into this case?
So far, let's see, close to 100 hours.
And how much have you been paid so far?
So I think right around 15,000.
Do you know what your outstanding bill is as of today, April the 27th of 2026?
Hopefully my assistant does, but I'm going to guess that it's somewhere around 15 to 20.
1,000?
Yes, ma'am.
And Dr. Fritz, did you prepare a report of your findings?
I did.
And did you provide the court a copy of your resume?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I believe we have already offered defense exhibits 75 and 76 for all purposes.
It's 76 and 77, and
I was
they have
close.
been admitted.
Madam Clerk, Your Honor.
Yes, ma'am.
Dr. Fritz, I'm going to hand you what has been offered and admitted into evidence as exhibits number 76 and 77. If you'll just take a look at those, please.
Thank you.
And what is exhibit number 77?
Number 77 is a copy of my resume. You might also hear it called a CV. But I'm a clinician rather than a researcher or publisher. So mine looks more like a typical resume.
And defense exhibit number 76, what is that, please?
That's the formal report I wrote of my speech language assessment of Mr. Horner.
You can hold on for this.
Okay.
Just have to give them to the court reporter.
Okay. You know what? I'm going to give them to you. I'm going to give them to her now because otherwise, yeah, I don't want to walk off with them. Thank you.
Dr. Fritz, you had talked about records that you had reviewed. Is there a comprehensive list of all the records that you've reviewed attached to the report that you provided?
Yes, with some notable exceptions. So the last 2 pages of the report list all of the records that I reviewed prior to writing my report. But then since I've submitted my report, I've received some other pieces of information, videos, and records to review that are not explicitly contained in the report.
Did any of the new information that you received change any of your opinions that are contained in your report?
Not significantly, no.
And the list of records that you reviewed, or I should say in the records that you reviewed, can you give the jury just kind of an overview of what kinds of records you were looking at?
Sure. So this is when I was looking at educational records, the medical records, the jail calls, interrogation videos, the body cameras from the police officers, I also looked at some depositions. So when individuals who know Mr. Horner well were deposed by the court, then I read those transcripts. I think that's generally the main ones.
And Dr. Fritz, in this case, did you perform any testing on
I
Mr.
did.
Horner?
And I want to go back, Ms. Anderson, for just a moment, because I was remiss in not mentioning the fact that I also reviewed some other experts' reports. So, I'm sorry, can you repeat your question?
Yes, well, I'll just build on that. You said that you had reviewed the reports of other experts. The reports that you reviewed from the other experts, did those experts do any testing?
Yes,
Did their reports contain the results of the testing?
yes.
Did you use the results of their testing in formulating your opinions today?
No, not directly. The only exception to that would be reports relating to diagnoses of fetal alcohol syndrome and lead-based toxicity. And really the only influence that has is to mention that several of the deficits that I noted in Mr. Horner's social communication can be caused by those conditions as well as by autism.
Did you rely solely on the records to form your opinion?
Solely on the records, the interview, my clinical observations, and the direct assessment.
So let's talk about your clinical observations and direct assessment. Were you able to meet with Tanner?
Yes, ma'am.
How many times did you meet with him?
I met with him across 2 consecutive days while he was in the jail.
About how long were your meetings with Tanner?
I think we were 3 hours one day and 4 hours the next, or vice versa.
During your meetings with Tanner, did you do any testing?
I did.
And can you give the jury just kind of a brief overview of the type of testing that you were giving?
Sure. So I was looking at communication in particular. So I looked at assessments that are designed to determine his level of expressive and receptive language. Remember, I told you expressive is like how well you get a message across, and receptive is how well you understand. I looked at social communication, that functional language use. I also looked at vocabulary, both receptive, so how much he's understanding, and how much he's producing, which is expressive vocabulary.
Did you interview anyone else as a part of your evaluation?
Yes, ma'am. I interviewed Mr. Horner's grandmother.
Is she what we might call a collateral witness?
Yes, ma'am.
How important is it when making these assessments that the evaluator reach out to collateral witnesses?
I think it's critical. And this isn't an offense to Mr. Horner. It tends to be true of the population, that a lot of individuals on the spectrum are not great self-reporters. Sometimes that's just because we don't know what we don't know. And so level of self-awareness can affect accuracy in reporting. And so it's really helpful if you can have the opportunity to talk to collateral witnesses.
What can the collateral witnesses provide to you that you can't get from reading a deposition or reading a medical record or
Sure.
education record?
Yeah. So, the records give us the black and white, and a collateral witness can give you a little bit more of the gray areas. You can talk about how you really saw deficits that affect the person day to day. And so I think that was the main purpose that I got out of it. Also just to verify that this has been a lifelong condition, because one thing that, if you don't know already, you'll learn about autism is it's a diagnosis that is present from the time of birth and is present throughout life. So there's no cure for autism. Most of us in the field say that we're not looking for a cure for autism because it's a difference. And at the same time, we recognize that it is a lifelong condition. And so seeing and talking to somebody who has that lifelong perspective helps validate rather the results that I found in testing.
Well, let's talk about the results that you found in the testing. Please give the jury a brief summary of your findings from the testing.
Sure. So in short, his receptive and expressive skills it's a horrible diagnosis, guys. It's mild to severe. It's severely impaired. The reason it sounds like that is because Mr. Horner has what we call splinter skills. So some of his skills are really within normal limits or rather high. He's pretty good at following directions until they get too complex. He's got some good ability to answer direct questions, but for questions that require things like inferencing or a lot of recall, it's harder for him. So some of the skills, and vocabulary is another one. It's a nice strength of his, with totally within normal limits. Whereas some of the challenges that he presents with are rather severe. So being able to understand and use more nuanced or subtle language, being able to change your language based on the environment or the context that you're in.
So, and I'm going to stop.
Oh, I'm
there.
sorry.
What do you mean by subtle language?
So subtleties in language are the difference in how we say something, not just what we say. So if I were to say to you, how you doing? Joey from Friends, right? You would know that I was being flirtatious. It wasn't a great flirtatious imitation there, but you get the point. Whereas if I said something like, how are you doing? I'm being empathetic or showing concern. And that goes into that social language piece, but also we see it evidenced in more complex sort of sentence structures. So things like concept words were harder for Mr. Horner to understand and to be able to use in his own speech. He also has a significant difficulty with what's called narrative discourse skills.
What is that?
Yeah, it's being able to tell a story in a linear fashion. So when we tell a story, there's a beginning, a middle, and an end. We start the story, we introduce the problem, you have the problem solving aspect, and then you conclude the story. And Mr. Horner does not have the ability to do that.
Now, Dr. Fritz, you mentioned mild to severe mixed receptive expressive language disorder. Was there any other diagnosis that you gave Tanner?
Yes. So I've told you already, he has profound deficits in his social communication. We call that social pragmatics. Because of the fact that I know that those deficits are secondary to a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, the diagnosis itself sounds pretty convoluted. So let me read it for you. It is, give me 1 second, guys. Symbolic dysfunction relating to pragmatic communication secondary to an organic disorder of autism spectrum disorder. I told you it was convoluted. But what that means is just social language challenges.
And Dr. Fritz, were there any other diagnoses that pertaining to Tanner that you found relevant for your evaluations and or your testimony here today?
So there's kind of an informal diagnosis of something called alexithymia, which is difficulty with understanding your own internal state and being able to express emotions, understand the emotions of others appropriately. It's fairly common in autism. We see it in about 45 to 60% of autistics, whereas in the general population, it's about 10%. And also, as I mentioned before, the lead toxicity and fetal alcohol syndrome diagnoses that I read about from other experts also are comorbid conditions that are relevant. I would also mention the mental health diagnoses that are really well documented for Mr. Horner, things like, severe depression, history of significant self-harm and so forth, that all goes into play in understanding where he is now in terms of his functional communication.
I'm going to take you back to the symbolic dysfunction relating to pragmatic communication. What is pragmatic communication?
So it is language functioning. So it's the use of language and doing so for social purposes.
Why is it important?
Well, I'm a little biased, but communication is important for every aspect of life. When you're a child, then social communication is how you make friends and how you become well-liked by your educators. When you're getting older, it's how you ask a girl on a date and get her to say yes. It's then how you interview effectively for a job. It also has to do with being able to maintain those relationships over time. So it's, you hear about, for example, relationships falling apart. And the number one reason we hear about is that we had a lack of communication, and that's social communication.
What does it mean to have a symbolic dysfunction related to that pragmatic communication?
It's just the terminology I have to use because he has a primary diagnosis of autism, which autism itself is made by having, the diagnosis is made by having those challenges in social pragmatic skills and then having a set of restricted or repetitive patterns of behavior or interests. So I say it's like two sides of a coin, and social communication is one side of that coin.
Well, how much of the criteria for diagnosis of autism is related to communication?
So so if you think of it as two sides of the coin, you have to have all three of the indicators for difficulties in social communication, and then you have to have two of the four patterns of restricted or repetitive interests and behaviors. Those would be things that you think of when you hear about autism, things like sensory differences or insistence on sameness. Whereas the issues relating to social communication have to do with things like social emotional reciprocity, understanding nonverbal communication, and being able to follow conversational acts and turn-taking rules, and being able to build and maintain interpersonal relationships.
Well, doctor, let me ask you this. Can a person be diagnosed with autism without having those social communication deficits?
No, ma'am.
So what kind of social communication deficits or challenges do you typically see in your patients?
So in my field, there's an adage that says if you've met one person with autism, you've met one person with autism. And so it can look different for different people, but we see commonalities, challenges with things like emotion regulation, being able to manage their reactions to problems. We see difficulties with conversational skills and routines, maybe interrupting a lot, or not knowing when it's their turn to participate, or difficulty sliding into a group conversation. See difficulties with things like making and maintaining friendships. I also see a lot of clients working on being able to send messages where the messages they send match their intentions, whether that's nonverbal or verbal.
Did you see any of these social communication deficits in Tanner?
Yes, I saw all of them in Mr. Horner.
I want to go back to some of the testing that you did,
Okay.
specifically talking about assessing pragmatic communication. Is there a particular test or set of tests that you give related to assessing the pragmatic communication?
Sure. So because of Mr. Horner's age, it's not like I can give you a standardized score and say, here's how impaired his social pragmatics are, because we just don't have those assessments available for adults. But what I gave him was an instrument that is a video-based instrument. It provides normative information, so standardized information for somebody up until the age of 18. But it basically shows a little social scenario, and then you ask the client, did something go wrong here? And either something did or didn't go wrong, and the client then has to identify what went wrong and how it should be fixed.
What did these tests show?
Well, that one in particular is a direct assessment of his ability to read nonverbal communication, which is highly in deficit, to use certain what we call speech acts, which is ways that we use social language or language for different functions, like apologizing or complimenting, making requests, and he had deficits in all of those areas. I also gave him an assessment that is an interview-based assessment that's called the self-pragmatics profile. And that one allows me to look at conversational routines along with nonverbal communication skills and the ability to ask for and obtain information.
Dr. Fritz, in looking at the sum total of all of the testing that you gave Mr. Horner related to pragmatic communication, how well did he perform?
Specifically with regards to social pragmatic communication, he was one of the worst, if not the worst, evaluations I've ever given. Mr. Horner has significant difficulty with social appropriateness. So inappropriate use of humor, very lax in his understanding and use of those speech acts. So, the inability to form an appropriate way of asking for something, we'll say, or requesting clarification or offering an apology. So across the board, it's an area that definitely was a problem for him growing up, and it continues to be in deficit.
Now, Dr. Fritz, we're talking about deficits. Did you also notice any strengths in his testing?
Yeah, so Mr. Horner has some nice strengths in, you could think of it kind of as functional basic communication. So things like, during the evaluation, someone sneezed in another room and he yelled out, "Bless you," which appropriateness, we typically don't say bless you to somebody in a different room. And at the same time, he understands that that's a typical response when someone sneezes. So responding to greetings, for example, is easier for him than being the one to initiate them. He also did a nice job with, as I mentioned before, that sort of basic vocabulary and the basic understanding of what should be said to appear friendly or polite. So please and thank you kind of things.
When we are talking about diagnoses and looking at test results, as an evaluator and as a clinician, do you focus on the strengths or the deficits, or are they treated the same?
Diagnoses itself is more deficit driven. And that's something that's hard for me as a clinician, because I have to then turn around and explain that to my client. Here's all the things I are saying and wrong with you. But we always try to start with building on their strengths when we're working with someone therapeutically then.
And Dr. Fritz, did you give a test related to paralinguistic signals?
Yes, so that's a part of the CAP, and the CAPS assessment has a subtest that looks at tone of voice and facial expressions and other what we call extra linguistic cues like phrasing And he did not correctly interpret any of those sort of hidden emotions in others, nor was he able to demonstrate when I would say to him something like, how would you say this? His ability to match intention with his message is really poor.
Why is that important?
It's important because it causes breakdowns in how you're perceived by others.
So is it possible to say one thing, but you really mean another, and somebody interprets it a third way?
Sure.
How common is that with people on the spectrum?
It's a very common challenge that I work with clients on.
You mentioned CAPS. What does that stand for?
The clinical, I want to make sure I get it right. Hold on, sorry. Clinical assessment of pragmatics.
Okay, and these other tests are just subtests of that clinical assessment?
Yes, that's correct.
And Dr. Fritz, you also mentioned alexithymia. Am I saying that right?
It's alexithymia.
Alexithymia earlier. Can you give us a little more explanation on what it is and how that plays into the CAPS evaluation?
Sure. So the alexithymia is actually evaluated somewhat informally through a Likert type of assessment. That's when you get strongly agree versus agree and so forth. And his answers all indicated that he was sort of largely unaware of his own emotional experiences. And that can lead to strain then in interpersonal relationships. Alexithymia in general means like that difficulty understanding your emotions, but then also difficulty communicating those to others.
I want to switch gears a little bit. I want to talk about autism.
Okay.
How much of your practice is devoted to patients with autism?
Probably about 95%. I do also have some clients that have social communication deficits specific to anxiety, and so like social anxiety.
You previously said that you had reviewed records in this case.
Mhm.
Based upon your review of the records, were you able to determine if Tanner had a historical diagnosis for autism?
Yes, it was diagnosed when he was young, and there were multiple indications of that diagnosis being confirmed throughout, which is really not even necessary. Once you're autistic, you're autistic. It doesn't go away.
And Dr. Fritz, what was that initial diagnosis?
He was diagnosed with Asperger's syndrome, and you've probably heard that term before, but it's a historic diagnosis. We no longer use that term. And it's basically what we now would call level 1 autism. Some individuals who are diagnosed with Asperger's hang on to that, feel that it's a strong sense of their personal identity. They may even call themselves an Aspie. And at the same time, it's not a diagnosis that a psychologist or a neuropsychologist would give at this time.
You had just said that some people identify themselves as Aspies.
Mm-hmm.
Is that uncommon to, if when you first meet somebody, say, hi, my name is Susan, I have Asperger's?
It would be uncommon because of the fact that I think we're still in a society where we're trying to understand neurodivergence as a difference as opposed to a deficit. It's something that I hope is becoming more common as I work a lot on self-advocacy with my clients.
How important is self-advocacy?
It's huge. It's pretty much everything. Being able to let people know what you want and need and why is really critical. And it's something that, we do it in ways that are subtle when we don't get to have autism. But autistics sometimes have to be directly taught how to self-advocate in ways that are appropriate. I always say it's not about a crutch. It's not an excuse. It's an explanation.
So you're not saying that autism is the reason that he committed this offense?
No, ma'am.
You're not saying that autism is an excuse for this offense, are you?
Absolutely not.
Is autism a defense for what happened?
No, not at all in terms of guilt or innocence. Mr. Horner, by all accounts, knew right from wrong, and there's no reason to believe that an autistic doesn't know right from wrong. It can be a mitigating factor if you consider the influence then of his actions, especially after the crime. And I'm sure you've heard lots about, or you're going to hear a lot about, things like the jail calls and the police interrogation and his behaviors during those situations. And I think that's where, considering his language, his speech acts in light of that diagnosis is where it's most relevant.
Dr. Fritz, we've talked about some of the medical records that you reviewed. Did you also have the opportunity to review his school records?
I did,
Did those school records include his special education records?
yes.
Were those records, or why are those records important to your evaluation?
Sure. Well, Mr. Horner was in a self-contained classroom for a few years. His behavior had become such that they didn't feel like they could manage it in a regular education environment. And the methodology that was used at that time is something called, it's called the Boys Town model. It's positive behavioral supports, where instead of just being punished for breaking social rules, they're explained to you and, given the opportunity to learn from positive reinforcement of expected behaviors.
Why do they call it the Boys Town model?
I think because it was historically used in Boys Town.
What is Boys Town?
Used to help, I can't pretend that I'm an expert on it, but just an organization, a place where behavior modification occurred.
And Dr. Fritz, getting back to the school records and the education records,
Mhm.
in reviewing those records, did you find, or were you able to determine if Tanner was exhibiting the type of pragmatic communication deficits that you've been talking to the jury about?
Absolutely.
Can you please give us some examples of that?
Sure. So I think I mentioned that he could, when we were doing the video-based assessment, he could say if someone was being like friendly or if they were being mean. He could problem solve what they should be doing, but he had almost no ability to recognize breakdowns in what they were saying, and certainly no ability to recognize how they were saying it or the nonverbal communication that they were using. He also had difficulties relating to, interpersonal reactions or interactions. At one point, he told me that watching a clip of a young man kind of stumbling when he was approached by an attractive girl was very uncomfortable for him because he could almost see himself in that particular actor's behavior, but he didn't know how to fix it. So I also saw definitely no ability to correctly interpret social expectations like hidden emotions. That's if someone says, well, how are you doing? You're like, oh, I'm okay. And they just keep going without saying, oh, it doesn't sound like you're really okay. What's wrong? You can't do that. He tends to take language at the surface level instead of being able to understand, non-literal or inferenced language. He also has what we call very weak theory of mind development, which is just perspective taking. So perspective taking is me thinking about you, thinking about me. So it's like this morning I woke up and I thought, oh, I better put on a suit because I'm going to go sit on a witness stand and I want them to think I'm professional, and that's me thinking about how my behavior, my words, my actions would influence your opinion of me. And Mr. Horner has very weak theory of mind.
Well, Dr. Fritz, With regards to the records that you reviewed for the school records,
Mhm.
looking at the records that you reviewed and the evaluation that you performed of Mr. Horner, did you see consistent deficits across the board?
For sure. So the educational records highlight his extreme difficulty with interpersonal skills. Lots of talk about sort of, and Mr. Horner said he, likes to be a know-it-all. That can be common in level 1 autism, inserting himself into conversations that he was not a part of, not being able to make or maintain friends during his youth. The presence of bullying is something that I deal with a lot with my clients, and that was certainly there early in his formative years.
And Dr. Fritz, one of the things that you talked about earlier in reviewing the records and some of the records that you obtained afterwards was some of the other diagnoses that were involved. I think you'd mentioned FAS or fetal alcohol syndrome and mentioned the mood disorders and things like that. How do all of these diagnoses work together?
Sure. So individuals who have autism often have other comorbid conditions. Some very common ones include anxiety, attention deficit, other mood disorders. So some of his mental health diagnoses I see very regularly in individuals on the spectrum. And then the diagnoses of his exposure to lead-based paint and lead toxicity, along with the fetal alcohol syndrome, those are only relevant because the types of difficulties he has with regards to executive functioning, memory difficulties, challenges with attention and planning, those kinds of things are deficits that are often seen in those two other diagnoses as well. And one thing you should know is it's not like it has to be mutually exclusive. You can have FAS and be autistic. You can have Down syndrome and be autistic. So it doesn't have to be one or the other.
And where does intellectual disability fit in with all of that?
So some individuals on the spectrum have cognitive impairment. That's probably going to impact the level of autism that they have. So generally when individuals have a cognitive deficit, they're going to be diagnosed with level 2 or level 3 autism because it's more significant. Mr. Horner's cognitive abilities are within normal limits.
Dr. Fritz, I want to switch gears again. I want to talk to you about some of the problems that autistic people can face. And I believe that we had talked about reactions and matching reactions to the size of a problem. Why is it important to be able to match your reaction to the size of a problem?
Well, the biggest reason that I see most regularly is it affects other people's opinions of you. So when you have great big reactions to what other people might consider a small problem, people don't want to be around you much anymore. I give my clients sort of definitions for small versus medium versus large problems. So small problems are ones that just affect you. You got a hangnail, or you can't find the shirt you wanted to wear, you didn't get to go first in line. Medium-sized problems affect a small group of people, and that the uncomfortable feelings that come with it should last a little bit longer than a small problem. So that might be something like getting into an argument with your family members, or you screwing up a game and costing, getting the last out and costing your team the game, right? It's going to affect a small group of people. That feeling is going to last a bit longer. So having a medium-sized reaction to that is understandable. And then I always say, those great big problems are ones that have lasting effects. So natural disasters, certainly death of family members, things like that, where it takes a lot of people to fix the problem and the feelings might last a long time.
When we're talking about social cognition versus social communication, where does the matching of problems or matching of reactions to the problems fall?
Probably both. So social cognition is social thinking. And when I'm explaining it to my clients, I explain that we have like kind of a downstairs brain and an upstairs brain. The downstairs brain is your feeling brain. You maybe have, heard other words for it. It's the subcortical region of the brain. It's where emotions, reign. And sometimes you can't help how you feel about a situation, but your upstairs brain, the cognitive part of your brain, should be able to respond, stop yourself and respond in a way that's considered pro-social or an expected behavior.
What do you mean by cognitive?
Thinking. So cognitive strategies could be things like reframing, for example, how big of a problem this is. Like, I didn't get to get on a computer today during free time. Well, I can think about that and I can realize I was on a computer yesterday. I'll probably get on a computer tomorrow. I don't need to have a meltdown about it. But it takes that thinking not to have the reaction to what's happening in the downstairs brain. And so I work a lot with clients on that because what happens for my clients is they sometimes have big reactions to small problems. And that's when it stands out socially.
Dr. Fritz, what could make someone who has, maladaptive behaviors, but, very little history of violence, snap and commit an offense like the one that we have here today?
I don't know that I know that answer. There usually is some triggering event. I talk to my clients a lot about triggering events, okay? Recognizing your own triggers. Some people have spaces that they're uncomfortable in. So if they have a big sensory, difference, then maybe being in a wide open or echoey space could be a triggering event for them. Maybe they have a lot of insistence on sameness. So their routine gets changed and that can be a triggering event. Sometimes it could be something interpersonally related, like, the person you love decides they don't want to be with you anymore. And that can be a big triggering event. So sometimes it can be simple, everyday things. And other times it can be, more traumatic events.
When we're talking about triggers, are the triggers are they the same for everyone or are they going to be different for everyone?
No, they're different for everyone. And I always explore them with my clients who have difficulties with emotional regulation, because knowing your own triggers is critical to being able to learn how to manage them. Some triggers you can avoid. For example, I have a client that hates roller coasters, and it really bothered her that she didn't want to go on the roller coasters with her classmates. We live in Orlando and there's a lot of roller coasters there. But you can avoid roller coasters for the rest of your life. It's not a big issue, right? If your triggering event is something like going to the doctor and you need to go to be able to get your physical, get a vaccine and so forth, you got to figure out some coping strategies to deal with that trigger.
But what if you don't understand your triggers? What if you don't know what triggers you?
Then you tend to have big reactions to small problems.
We talked a little bit about social cognition, and you did speak a little about the theory of mind.
Mm-hmm.
I want to talk, now I want to move into how theory of mind may have impacted Tanner's reactions related to this incident. I want to kind of give you a hypothetical, okay?
Okay.
Let's say that you have someone who is on the spectrum and has been previously diagnosed with autism, and there have been a number of personal stressors and triggers going on in that person's life. That there have been, let's say in my hypothetical, let's say that they have had group changes for their delivery job. There have been financial stressors at home. There have been familial stressors at home, okay? all of these leading up to a day where a child may see that person doing a hit of cocaine, okay? Thinking about all of that, how does, well, let me back up, let me finish my hypothetical. And then the person assumes that this child saw them doing cocaine. He then abducts her and murders her, okay? Looking at all of that, how would theory of mind factor into that scenario and those decisions made by that deliberating?
Well, I would say theory of mind is about understanding somebody else's perception of you. And if your cause to action is to abduct a child and kill them because you think that they may have seen you do cocaine, you are definitely not understanding their perspective. First of all, a young child may not have any idea what cocaine is or what it looks like to use it, or that it's against the law. I'm not saying that that is obviously a reason to do anything as heinous as abducting a little girl and killing her. And at the same time, it hypothetically could be a triggering event.
Is this an example of where we're talking about big reactions to what could be little problems?
That would certainly fit that.
When someone has a big reaction to a little problem, how does that deal, what effect does that have on that small problem? Does it keep it a small problem?
Oh, it's interesting that you asked that, because I always explain it to my clients like this. If you continue to put energy into a problem without taking the time to calm down first, you're probably going to make the situation worse. So I always say when stress goes up, the ability to problem solve goes down. Language processing goes down. Okay, it's an inverse relationship for all of us. And so it's why we say, I just need a minute, I'm not ready to talk about it right now, because we need that time to calm down before we work towards socially problem solving something. So then I tell my clients, if something is in your locus of control, so something that you can actually change, that's something to put your energy into. You can't figure that out when you're up here emotionally, if you're dysregulated. So first you got to calm down, and then you can find out if it's within your control. And putting your energy into things that are within your control can affect positive change. Putting your energy into something that is outside of your control is probably just going to make the problem bigger, or at least keep it the same.
And Dr. Fritz, we've been talking about social cognition. Part of social cognition, would that include something known as central coherence?
Yes. So central coherence is the idea of not being able to see the tree through the forest, or the forest through the trees, I think is how the saying goes. It's that idea that one small detail can take precedence over the big picture. And it tends to be a challenge, especially when people are dysregulated. But a lot of individuals on the autism spectrum have significant difficulties with central coherence. So they're really focused on a small detail that may or may not be as relevant to the discussion as the big picture.
Now let's switch gears again and talk a little bit about social communication. Please explain to the jury what a speech act is.
Sure. So a speech act is a group of words, either sentences or phrases that provide a certain function. So whereas we use words like socially to exchange information, but speech acts have a certain purpose in and of themselves. So it could be things like apologizing, making requests, giving somebody a compliment. Complaining is a speech act. So there are speech acts that we are directly taught, and not only the kinds of words that we use to make the speech act appropriate, but also how we use them. So if I say sorry because, my mom says I have to apologize, it's not the appropriate use of the apology speech act. The words are okay, but how it was said is not.
Dr. Fritz, I want to turn your attention to the evidence in this case and the evidence that you reviewed. Did you have the opportunity to review all of the interrogation videos in this case?
I believe so, yes.
Did you also have copies of the transcripts of those interrogation videos?
Yes, as far as I know, the ones that are listed in the report are the ones that I was able to observe.
In these interrogation videos, did you notice any of the deficits that you have spoken about today?
Yes, it's the speech acts was really obvious to me because there would be a build up in the interview. This is specific to the December 2nd interview, where the investigators were building to what you and I would recognize as an opportunity for an apology. And I wrote in my notes, not sure he knows how to apologize. It's a speech act. And then immediately after, and I apologize, I don't remember exactly what it was, but there was another moment where there was an opportunity to use a specific speech act that Mr. Horner did not use. And my notes say, give the caps, because that was the caps, CAPS. That is the evaluation that I gave, where it's not just about him thinking about his communication, it's him using it. So that's the one with the videos, and he would have to respond to whether something happened inappropriate and what should have happened instead. And so his ability to show understanding and use of speech acts was almost non-existent.
In relation to the video, if someone were to look at that video, not understanding speech language deficits, not understanding speech acts, is it possible for that to be misinterpreted?
For what to be misinterpreted?
The fact that he didn't apologize or didn't understand.
Well, I think what would happen most often for Mr. Horner is he would just say, they're being mean, or she's being nice, or why are they treating her like that? Like, he could understand and pick up the big kind of tone of the situation, and he might say something about how it would solve the problem. But he never knew or expressed the words that could be used to solve the problem, or how to use them.
And in not expressing those words, could that be misinterpreted?
Absolutely, because when we don't use expected social behaviors, that tends to be when someone tells you you need to start using an expected social behavior. So those of us who are neurotypical pick up on all sorts of social communication expectations incidentally. So no one said to you directly, I mean, maybe they did when you were really little, but no one says, if someone says goodbye to you, you should say goodbye to them. But you do that. You follow that expected social rule. And individuals on the spectrum absolutely have the ability to use, most of them, if they don't have significant cognitive involvement, to use appropriate social communication. They just haven't been taught the social rules yet. So that's why I think of autism as being, in some ways, a very cool strength for a lot of my clients, because they have these abilities to understand patterns, sequences. I was telling Mr. Horner the reason why he is so musical is most likely due to the fact that he's autistic, because the part of your brain that is important for things like math and music is has a lot more neurons dedicated to it in the autistic brain. So I can eventually teach social rules to clients, and then they can apply them. No one's ever going to make me good at calculus. You know, I don't have those neurons in that part of the brain.
And Dr. Fritz, you had talked about that other people might use or know expected social rules and might have to tell somebody about the expected social rules. Do you have an example of that in the evidence that you reviewed?
Oh, there's a lot of examples in, you know, the educational IEP goals that he has relating to appropriateness of social rules. You know, a lot of his goals that he had that throughout his formative years related to that.
Did you by chance review a phone call between Tanner and his mother?
I did. I was able to listen to several jail calls and certainly heard a few between he and his mom.
Were there any of those calls that reminded you or brought to your attention about her teaching him expected social rules?
Yes, there is a time where Mr. Horner says he doesn't understand why the other inmates are looking at him as though he's a monster. And his mom says, you know, think about it. What if someone did this to your child? And only then was he able to kind of put himself in, you know, the Strand's shoes and understand the impact. So that was an example of his mom knowing what he needed to be able to empathize with their family.
Dr. Fritz, I want to take you back to the first interrogation video.
Mhm.
Let's talk about Zero.
Okay.
Do you have any reason to believe that Tanner has multiple personality disorder?
So I'm not an expert on multiple personality disorder. However, I can tell you that I'm really good at knowing when someone's not being truthful. And as I was watching the interrogation video, it was just pretty obvious to me that Zero does not exist, and that Mr. Horner was kind of using him as a tool to maybe tell the story of what had happened.
Is that uncommon with autistic people?
No. So most of us don't like to talk about things we've done wrong. Okay, times we've screwed up. Sometimes my autistic clients often will take it a step further where they don't want to talk about it at all, even to the point of needing to problem solve. So in fact, almost every time a client gets on with me and their parent or their spouse walks in and said, "Did you tell Dr. Amy about?" And then my client says, "I don't want to talk about it." I say, "You know what I'm going to say, which is, you tell me you don't want to talk about it, it's exactly what we need to talk about." Because that's usually when change needs to occur. So talking about their social miscues or mistakes in third person seems to be helpful. I even have several clients that talk about their brain as being separate from their self. So my brain told me to, or my brain thought, or my brain guided me to. I have several clients that talk out loud to self-regulate their behavior. And it's this sort of separation between self and behavior.
How does that help? Being able to separate yourself from your behavior?
Yeah, I think it has to do with the emotional intensity of the situation. It's why we use a lot of video modeling in my field, so that first we'll start off by showing a clip of someone using the expected behavior or the maladaptive behavior that's not my client, and ask them to look at it, describe it. my clients can be pretty good about picking out, the differences in that third person perspective. But then when you video model them and put a video of them, especially when it includes a misstep or a miscue, that becomes emotionally upsetting for a lot of clients. That's pretty typical.
So is it easier for them to talk about themselves in the third person rather than in the first?
Yeah, either in the third person or they talk, like I said, they talk about their brain. Which it was honestly, it's not something that I've seen. I didn't see it in literature. I recognized this during my my clinical work, and it just started coming up repeatedly. The idea of thinking of themselves almost as separate from their brain.
Now, Dr. Fritz, you talked a little bit earlier about social rules. How do we learn social rules?
So some of them, like the basics, your parents teach you. Tell them please, say you're sorry. Mr. Horner does a pretty good job with the basics. He's uses greetings. He'll, especially if someone else initiates them. And then the other ones we learn kind of by trial and error. So, for example, I have a client that really wanted the attention of his peers, and he didn't know how to get it in a pro-social manner. So when he was at youth group, he would start throwing beanbags at people. Well, so not surprisingly, that didn't get him any friends at youth group. So I had to teach him how to slip into a group in a way that's socially acceptable, because he knew it wasn't working for him, but he didn't know how to fix it.
Now let's switch to Tanner.
Mm-hmm.
Is he able to follow the rules once he understands them?
To some degree. I think we see that in, the fact that he has not had, to my knowledge, any incidents in the jail. I think that he has followed rules intermittently throughout his life, effectively. Keeping it together long-term is harder for him. That's why, oftentimes he got fired from jobs, got kicked out of bands. But he can learn and apply rules. And we saw that, I think, most evidence best. And there was a period of 9 visits with a speech language pathologist that did home visits. Her name is Marietta Weaver. And his response to her intervention was sort of ideal in his understanding of the rules that she taught. The challenge with pragmatic social communication is the demands continue to change over time. So when you're little, you have to learn how to share toys with other people. When you're older, you got to learn how to ask somebody on a date or how to get a job. And then you have to learn how to, deal with a coworker who's a pain in the butt. So everything continues to evolve and change over time. So do the social rules that go with it.
And Dr. Fritz, you have worked in the forensic field.
Mm-hmm.
So you understand that now in pleading guilty to this offense, Tanner will spend the rest of his life in prison.
Mm-hmm.
How important is following the rules in prison?
It can be life or death, for sure. I work with some clients that are preparing for incarceration. I work with a couple of clients who are incarcerated. And I can tell you that general population will make sure that you understand the rules if you're not applying them. And I will say that there's not opportunities for isolation in prison for anyone who's in Gen Pop. And that's sometimes a need for many of my clients. Without that ability to recharge their social battery, then they will oftentimes, have difficulty with that emotion regulation piece that we're talking about, with following the social rules consistently. And,
But are, no, I'm gonna stop you right
ahead.
there, because I
Yeah.
want to ask a follow-up question real quick. Are you saying that Tanner would not be able to follow those social rules once he's
He-
learned them?
yeah, no, he could follow them, and if he has a misstep, they will be corrected. Or that he will be corrected, I should say.
Dr. Fritz, the last area that I want to talk with you about
Mhm.
is empathy.
Mhm.
What is empathy?
So empathy itself is basically an understanding of what someone is experiencing and the ability to relate it to self. So cognitively, you would say like, oh, I see what you're going through. Or affectively, it would be something like, I feel you, I understand it, okay? And empathy is then has a second part, which is not just understanding it, but being able to communicate that to others.
Is empathy the same as sympathy?
No, sympathy is more, it's like more base level. It's just, I can feel sorry for you, but I don't have to, it's almost like pity. It's not the same as, and I feel that pain that you're going through.
Is it the same as remorse?
No, if you looked at it on a hierarchy, it would kind of be like sympathy, then empathy, and then remorse. Because if in a situation where you need remorse, okay, when you've screwed up, because remorse is the idea that I did something wrong, I have guilt and shame about it, I'm morally culpable, and I want to do what I can to repair it or make amends.
When looking at the evidence in this case,
Mhm.
were you able to see empathy and remorse in the videos or the interrogation or the phone calls or the note to the parents?
Sure. So first of all, let me start with the empathy piece. I definitely saw that Mr. Horner has the ability to empathize. I saw it in relation to characters in the video. Why are they being so mean to her? She's so nice. Why are they treating her like that? I saw it with regards to pictures of animals that were in cages. They look sad. Again, we saw evidence of it with regards to Athena's family when his parents or when his mom directly correlated it to his own child. And then I think probably the best evidence of remorse and empathy would be in the suicide note that he wrote to Athena's parents.
So let's talk about the suicide note. Why do you say that that is the best example of Tanner expressing empathy and remorse?
The reason why is it meets the criteria for remorse, okay?
And what
And-
is that criteria?
Sure, there's four main components. There's recognition of having done something wrong. And I'm going to look at my notes because I quoted Tanner directly. He said, I've done a terrible thing to your family and I'm sorry. So that's recognition. There is expected to be some sort of remote emotional response, whether that's directly saying, I feel guilty or I'm ashamed, or it can be an act, like it can be repentance. You will notice if you see the suicide note that he says, I want you to know I found God through this. So that's an example of an emotional response. Also, it can be in sort of this moral discomfort. And in that suicide note, he also talks about the fact that he is unable to sleep, that it's kind of haunting him. So we have that emotional response piece. A moral evaluation then is basically shouldn't have happened. And Mr. Horner's words were, I'm sorry I took your little angel. She didn't deserve it. Y'all didn't deserve it. And then he goes on to talk about his own family and child not deserving it either. And then a desire to repair or make amends. And he explained his mental state. I think he got into that too much, and it sounds like an excuse. When you read the suicide letter, it also has falsehoods in it. He talks about the fact that there was a broken backup camera, which we know is not true. So I think he muddied the waters of this remorseful suicide note because he's not good at explaining his emotions in ways that are clear, uncomplicated, and done with regard for the person it's being written to. But he did say he's trying to ease their suffering with his death. And he said he signed off with love and sorrow and remorse. And I would consider this potentially lip service if any of this language was easy for Mr. Horner. I don't think it is for him to come up with these kinds of words. And more importantly, he thought he was going to die. He had a very serious suicide attempt. So I take it as genuine.
Well, Dr. Fritz, how do you reconcile that with all of the blatant lies that he told the detectives in the note that he wrote to them?
I think he was just grasping at straws. I really don't know what he was thinking.
But in the suicide note, based upon the criteria that you had spoken about regarding remorse, did his note meet all of those criteria?
It did.
I'll pass the witness.
Let's take a break and we'll come back in at 2:30, okay? See you then. All right, cross-examination, Ms. Dool.
Thank you, Judge. Hi, Dr. Fritz.
Hi.
I realized I forgot to introduce myself to you earlier. I'm Michelle Dool. I'm an Assistant District Attorney. I believe earlier you talked a little bit about your practice and I guess your clinical work. So do you still actively work, do you call them clients or patients?
Yes, clients.
Clients.
Yes, ma'am. So currently I see clients 3 days a week.
And these are mostly, I think you said 95% your level 1 high functioning.
Yes, probably
Autism.
90%. Yes,
Okay.
ma'am. There, because I also have I have a couple clients with level 2 and a couple clients with just anxiety.
And in these, I don't know if it's appropriate to, I hate calling them level 1s, but level 1 high functioning, autism spectrum disorder clients.
Mhm.
I believe you said there can be in any career field.
Yes, ma'am.
And so they're actively in the workforces.
Yes, some more successfully than others, but yes, people with autism are in every act of life and doing amazing things.
So just because you have level 1 autism does not mean that you're going to commit a crime or that you can't be a functioning member of society. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely, absolutely.
Kind of talking a little bit about this case. You first met the defendant, I believe, in January of 2026. Is that correct?
That sounds correct. Mhm.
Okay. That's a little bit more than 3 years, I believe, since this crime occurred November 30th of 2022. Is that right?
Yes.
In your opinions in this case, really, you looked at all the expert reports that you got from other doctors, and then it was all self-reported type things from the defendant to your corner. Is that?
No, so I did direct assessment. So, and I did records review and social history. So, and collateral interview. So definitely not all from Mr. Horner. That's a small portion of it.
Okay. And you talked about the test. So there's no standardized testing for somebody, I think you said over 22.
That's correct.
So you took what maybe would have been given and kind of adapted it.
That's correct.
Okay.
So, some of the, like the assessment that I gave his grandmother, which is an interview-based assessment, can be used throughout adulthood. His receptive and expressive vocabulary ones provided normative data that's used throughout adulthood. But the CAPS, that's the one where it's the little videos. That maxes out at age 18. So I scored it as though he was 18, just so I could get a sense of severity. And it came out as severely to profoundly impaired, even if he were 18.
And Dr. Fritz, you talked about records. How important were reviewing the records in this case?
I think educational records tell a big story.
And you did not review all the records that could have been provided to you, did you?
I don't know. I did review the ones that were provided, but I'm not sure what other ones exist.
So did you review all of his medical records in this case?
Only the ones that you see listed.
So you reviewed the specific reports from the defense experts in this case, correct?
That was some of what I reviewed. And then I also reviewed the, educational records. His medical records from a couple different facilities.
And you did not make any diagnoses though in this case,
I made-
other than what you talked about earlier, those two that you made.
Correct.
But you didn't make a diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, correct?
No, ma'am, I don't have the credentials to do
And
that.
you didn't make a diagnosis of any type of neurodevelopmental disorder or alcohol exposed,
No, ma'am.
if the branch of fetal alcohol syndrome that you were speaking of,
Right.
you didn't make that diagnosis.
No, ma'am.
In reviewing his records, did you review his social media records?
No, I was going to say no, but then I did see some thing that came from the state I'm trying to think, I think it was the information that was provided to Dr. Rumbala. And there was some description of his presence on social media.
But you didn't review the entire Facebook or Instagram records that there are, correct?
I don't know what the whole record is. I saw some, but I didn't see it.
Okay. And you spoke about reviewing the, I think you called it the abduction video.
Mhm.
That was obviously from the FedEx truck, correct?
Mhm.
How much of the FedEx truck videos did you review? Do you know how many hours that was?
I saw, there was a PowerPoint that was sent to Dr. Rumbala that kind of had an integrated video clip with a little description. I reviewed that, and I reviewed the audio recording. Again, if I knew, it wasn't hours.
So if I told you that there was 30 to 40 hours of FedEx
Did not see that.
camera video, you did not see all that.
That's correct.
Did you see any of the video that was prior to the abduction?
I saw a video of Mr. Horner that day doing other deliveries.
That full 8 hours of his day?
Yes, so I saw like where the video would be stopped and it would say like stop number 1, and then it would show a short snippet of him.
Okay, so
But-
you did not watch the actual video?
No, ma'am.
Okay. And did you watch any of the FedEx video that showed what the defendant did after the crime?
I saw body cam video and I saw interrogation, but in FedEx video, no.
So if all of those recordings would have shown essentially the defendant interacting with different people, whether it be, people he's dropping off packages to, neighbors, people coming up to his window, just general conversations prior to the crime, would that have been helpful to you to see how his language skills were working?
So I did see some of that. So in the clips that you mentioned, like there's a dog that's comes and so he has to slam the door and, he has a short greeting or exchange with somebody. So, and there's a few examples like that, just little short snippets of communication.
I mean,
But is there more?
yeah, there's 40 hours.
Yeah,
of
no.
video.
Yes, it would have been helpful to see more.
Okay. And I guess, I know you've seen apparently some snippets, so I don't exactly know what you've seen, but
Objection, Your Honor, to the sidebar.
Answer, question and answer.
as for the FedEx videos after the crime, did you watch any of the videos from the days after November 30th of 2022?
No, ma'am. FedEx videos?
Yes, ma'am.
No, ma'am.
Do you think that that would have been helpful in knowing how he was interacting the days after the crime?
It might have. I can tell you that the video snippets that I saw during, the day of the crime and also the interrogation videos of him after the crime weren't surprising to me because the language that he was using, say, with other people on his route was in keeping with what I expected to be his strengths.
Do you know how many experts Tina Horner had seen before you?
Objection, Your Honor, relevance.
Over.
No, I don't.
And did you contact, in part of your review, any of the school providers that actually worked with Tanner Horner
No, ma'am.
when he was young?
No, I did not.
Do you believe that they would have given him some of these exams?
Given him some of what
The
he
tests that you have spoken about, you said that they are only good until they're 22 years old.
Oh,
Correct.
yes. So that's interesting. When you look at his educational records, there's a lot of focus on behavior.
Judge, objection, non-responsive.
Sustain.
So the question.
Hang on.
Sorry.
Wait till she asks you the next question.
Okay.
So as for your specific exam, you went and adapted the test, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Did he have any issues with answering any of your questions or answering the questions on that exam?
Yes.
And what issues did he have?
Well, he had significant difficulty with all of the assessments. And what I was starting to say, and I don't know if this, I want to answer your question, was that you asked if he had been given any of these assessments during his formative years. And one of the caps didn't exist. So I wanted to clarify that. It was only developed about 5 years ago. And also in the educational records, there is a significant focus on behavior. And I think that maybe took precedence.
I guess to follow up with that, wouldn't it have been helpful to you to be able to speak to the people who actually knew him during those formative years?
It wouldn't have hurt, for sure.
You talked about his job history. So Tanner Horner was able to hold jobs, correct?
For short periods of time, yes.
He worked for Walmart for 1.5 years, is that correct?
I'm not sure the length of time, but if you say so, yes.
It's in your notes. Do you have
Okay.
your notes in front of you?
Yeah, I don't, whereabouts in my notes does it say how long?
It's in the location, but I guess he's talking about his job.
Oh, my personal notes.
Yes, your
Yes,
personal
sorry.
notes in this case.
Yes. I think I have them. And I apologize that you had to try to read my writing.
It's okay, and your notes aren't numbered, but so and I can tell you they're one, two, I think the 5th page.
Okay, so. Oh, yes, and he was fired when he had an altercation with a customer.
Yes.
Mhm.
And so did he get in a fight with the customer, or,
I don't remember the specifics on it. I apologize.
so he worked for 1.5 years, but then he got fired for altercation with a customer?
Mhm,
And he also had a job at Albertsons.
mhm.
I believe there, Tanner Horner stated he was on K2 and he got in a fight with his cock blocking roommate.
Yep.
And so we, I guess, lost that job.
Yeah, so I think he had a roommate that I sort of feel like it was in the parking lot, but again, I'd just be kind of guessing to fill in the gaps.
Would you agree? I mean, you have a variety of jobs listed, but his autism didn't mean that he couldn't hold a job. Would you agree with that?
I believe autistic people can hold jobs. I think Mr. Horner has a really strong history of losing jobs because of his emotion dysregulation.
And didn't he say that he quit nearly half of his jobs due to, quote, a lack of work ethic on his part?
Yes, which can also go hand in hand with the diagnosis. Sometimes we see reduced motivation. So yeah, work ethic problems, interpersonal problems, those seem to be the two biggest reasons he lost jobs, along with transportation issues at times.
As far as, your diagnosis in this case, you said it was like mild to severe impairment, but you did find that from some areas he did have strengths, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And one of the areas that he had strengths is he could make and respond to greetings appropriately, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So yes.
Yes.
Sorry, the court reporter is kind of making you
Yes,
say
of
yes.
course,
ma'am.
sorry.
And he can understand clearly stated rules, correct?
Yes.
And he can apologize appropriately, correct?
I don't know that I have I'm trying to think if I have strong evidence. The only evidence I see of a real apology would have been that I can think of is in the suicide letter.
Okay.
I think in that context he did, but I'm not sure that I've heard evidence of apologies in general.
And then I'm going to refer you to page 16 of your report.
Thank you.
And it's the third full paragraph on that page, kind of the third sentence down, but you specifically state that he revealed several social pragmatic strengths. He consistently makes in response to greetings and farewells. He shows a sense of humor. He apologizes appropriately, offers help to others, and understands posted or clearly stated rules.
Yes, so this is this is the section that is from the, let me make sure I don't speak out of turn here.
This is in your analysis of results, is that correct?
Right, so I think that relates, and I want to double check because I don't want to say anything wrong, because I think that relates to his self-report of being able to apologize. And your question was regarding whether I saw it. So let me look and see if how he rated himself there.
And
But
Judge, I'm gonna object to non-responsive.
Sustained.
Okay.
You stated that during his evaluation, he demonstrated a good sense of humor, correct?
Yeah.
And within that sense of humor, while you guys were doing your evaluation, he actually made a joke about an otter. Is that correct?
That's right.
And what you were telling him was that there was an otter with law enforcement that was used to actually locate missing children
Specifically missing children in water.
in
Yep.
water. And his response was to essentially make a joke saying, you know, and he used, I guess, a wordplay, and
Mhm.
instead of otter, he said odder.
That's right.
The D's, is that correct?
That's correct.
I mean, that's a decent, I mean, one that shows his humor, but that's also a decent level of wordplay and linguistics. You agree, right?
Yes, he has a really good sense of puns. His use of sarcasm is also very good. His ability to accept it from others is much more difficult.
You talked about, you know, a little bit about his interrogations in law enforcement, correct? And in your view, you saw some evidence of some of these language issues.
Mhm.
One of the things that you said in your report was that the defendant's extreme social pragmatic deficits, his emotional dysregulation, his inability to express congruent messages that match intent certainly impacted his communication with law enforcement. And you talked about that a little bit earlier. You also stated that these types of language challenges are often seen in individuals with autism spectrum disorder
Mhm.
and can impact the effectiveness of Tanner Corner's oral explanations and storytelling. Is that correct?
Mhm.
And that's from your report.
Yes, ma'am.
He was able to actively lie to the FBI and give them a full story about a green van. Do you recall that?
I did not see, as far as I know, I saw him with the Texas Ranger. I'm not sure that I saw an interrogation with the FBI.
So you didn't see any of the video with speaking to the FBI then?
I don't believe so, no.
Okay. In part of the interrogations with the Texas Ranger,
Mhm.
would you agree that he was able to clearly communicate his version of the story at that time, that he was backing into her and all the other details? I mean, he was very detailed. Would you
He
agree with that?
absolutely gave details that were completely false. And there were several times that the investigator said, and I need to get you back to the big picture on the December 2nd interview, because he would kind of go down those tangents.
That's because they were still trying to locate Athena Strand, correct?
As far as I know, yes.
Was he able to clearly give his version of placing the body in the bamboo? And he actually gave clear and precise turn-by-turn directions to investigators to get them to that bamboo forest.
As far as I know, I didn't see, was that on the body cam video?
Yes.
Okay, then yes, I'm
And
assuming.
did you see the video where he ultimately led them to the recovery of Athena Strand's body?
I did.
In that one, again, now granted, he came into 0,
Mhm.
but then he still was able to give very clear turn-by-turn directions. He was able to very clearly tell him exactly where they put Athena Strand.
Right, so you have two things at play there.
Is that a
Um,
yes or a no?
What was your question?
He was able to concisely and very clearly give turn-by-turn directions and explanation of where Athena Strand's body was found in Bobo's Crossing.
Yeah.
Correct. You talked a lot about empathy, and I kind of want to talk to you a little bit about that. You reviewed all the letters that he wrote with his suicide attempt, correct?
Yes,
Okay. And you put in your report that that was, you saw in that deep empathy, was that correct?
yes,
In a letter to law enforcement, you read that letter, correct?
yes,
Okay. He denied responsibility and he blamed somebody else for the crime, is that correct?
yes,
And you know that to be not true, correct?
that's correct.
Okay. Is that empathy to the family to leave them thinking somebody else out there killed their daughter?
Of course not.
In the letter to the family,
Mhm.
he said, sorry. And so many people were affected by his breakdown, right?
Mhm.
Not just your family, but my own as well, correct?
Right,
He said he owed it to you all to explain where my mind was at. But then he still gave untrue versions of the events. He blamed and talked about his Asperger's,
Mhm.
not doing well with change, his different route, his being sold off to another company. But he still did not give a full telling of the events in that letter to the family, correct?
correct.
Is that deep empathy to tell the family a version of the story that is still not true?
He meets the criteria for showing deep empathy. He absolutely was giving falsehoods and inexplicably trying to cover his tracks. It makes no sense. It's not logical, but that goes to what I was saying about the inappropriateness of his social communication.
And how is that remorse when he is still providing, even in this letter that is supposed to be left to this family in this suicide attempt, he is still giving these falsehoods that would make them believe that somebody else was involved and still not tell them the full story of what he did to their daughter. That's remorse?
I'm not sure I know anything about somebody else being involved. What are you
The
referring
letter to
to?
law enforcement, he said somebody else was involved, correct?
Yes, I thought you meant the letter to Athena's family.
No. And then the letter to his family, he is still telling the incorrect version of those events.
He's still
How
not
is that
accepting blame.
remorse?
He is not fully accepting blame for and he is trying to make an excuse. And at the same time, his language is indicative of remorse, and that's what I'm here to opine on.
So he's fully not accepting blame and he's still blaming others. So, but you're saying that's
What's the
remorse?
question? Is that remorse? Yes. And what he did say is remorseful. The lies that he told it doesn't serve any communicative purpose, which I think goes to the more evidence to the fact that he has such a significant social communication deficit.
So you're stating that his language is stating remorse, but we can't really tell whether or not he meant remorse. Would you agree with that?
Well, I said that I had 4 criteria for remorse that had to be communicated, and
I'm going to object to non-responsive judge.
Just time.
What did Tanner Horner tell you about the crime?
completely lied to me.
What did he tell you?
Told me there was no backup camera and he hit Athena and freaked out because he didn't know how to handle it. I don't think we got into much more than that.
And this was January 14th or January 14th or actually, excuse me, January 15th or January 16th of 2026,
Mm-hmm,
a few months ago.
that's right,
And he completely lied to you.
correct.
But we're supposed to believe that the letter is him being remorseful?
Well, so I want to answer the question. My suggestion of why that shows true remorse is because he thought he was going to die after he wrote it. He had a very significant suicide attempt. So was he lying to my face, and was that very difficult to know that and still see him as somebody who was remorseful? Absolutely, that was hard.
When he was lying to you, did you challenge him on that lie?
No, ma'am.
Why not?
Because I needed to see the accuracies or the inaccuracies in his story. And so I didn't want to shut him down.
So what did he tell you about the sexual assault of Athena Strand?
Did not mention it.
And did you ask him?
No, ma'am.
Did you watch the full abduction video that showed the kidnapping, sexual assault, and murder of Athena Strand?
I watched whatever I told you I watched. I don't know that it was the full video. It's whatever was provided in that package to Dr. Rumbala, and then was provided as state evidence through the defense to me.
So are you saying you just watched the PowerPoint, you didn't actually watch the actual video?
I was not given the actual video.
On that PowerPoint, you, I guess, got some clips though from
Yes,
that,
ma'am.
but not the entire video.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. When did you receive that?
About 3 days ago.
Were you surprised by what you saw?
Yes, ma'am.
What were you surprised by?
I was most surprised by the violence. I think the violence of it was really incongruent with the gentleman that I met, with the reports that I read hours about. It was shocking. It was horrific. It's awful, and I'm so sorry.
Were you as surprised that you weren't able to see the emotional dysregulation that you thought you would see?
I was surprised by it, and I did see a significant amount of language variation from the beginning to the end of the video. But I don't see the red face. I didn't see head banging. You know, some of those sort of stereotypical indications of an autism meltdown were not there.
You expected to see a meltdown and you didn't see it.
That's right, ma'am. I didn't see the obvious physical meltdown.
Again, you apparently weren't provided with the entire video, so I don't know specifically what clips you saw.
Mhm.
But depending on what you saw, were you able to see how, I guess, calm he was when he grabbed her and put her into the truck?
Yes,
And were you able to see him speaking to Athena Strand?
yes.
And what was his language like at that point when he was just talking to her at the very beginning?
Calm, calming.
And did you hear Tanner Corner say, "Don't scream or I'll hurt you"?
Yes, multiple times.
When did the language change?
I believe after his attempt to asphyxiate her, but I could be wrong about the chronology of it.
At some point, did his language become angry?
Hostile, yes.
And we heard the video. He yelled at her. He told her to shut up.
Called her a bitch.
multiple profanities, horrible language. Would you agree?
Horrific.
His language changed when she wouldn't die. Would you agree with that?
I would agree with that.
He had no empathy that day, did he?
In that moment, I don't think he was empathetic to Athena, no.
In fact, afterwards, he was seen smoking a cigarette, looking content. Would you agree?
I didn't see him smoking a cigarette, I'm sorry.
You didn't see that part?
No, ma'am.
Did you see the part where he was cleaning up? the
I
van?
did. Yes,
Did you hear him talking on the phone to his boss, making up a lie about him throwing up?
yes,
He seemed calm and his language was steady. Would you agree with that?
I would agree.
And he was able at that point to communicate to his boss effectively.
All right, 10 minutes, we'll call you right back in.
Thank you, Judge. All right, Dr. Fritz. Promise we're on the home stretch. You spoke about the mom talking to him in a jail call, and that the mom had to explain to him why other inmates were looking at him like a monster, and he related it to his son, correct? She related it to his son, correct? Okay. Are you aware that he said if it was my son, he would take care of it himself?
That's right.
Meaning
Yes.
he would kill the person who did that to his job.
That was what I implied from what you said.
We talked about triggering events. You apparently didn't watch the whole video. So did you actually see any triggering event?
No, ma'am.
So if there was evidence in this case that showed that there was planning and lead up and covering up cameras ahead of time, and there was not a triggering event, would that change anything in your opinion?
It would make it even harder to understand Mr. Horner's actions.
You were given a hypothetical that said if there was all this stuff going on, right, and there was cocaine use. Did you actually see any cocaine use?
No, ma'am.
In this hypothetical, though, if there was cocaine use by the defendant and he went, I think your words were big reactions to small problems, right?
Mhm.
In that hypothetical, though, we did not talk about sexual assault. How does sexual assault play into big reactions, small problems?
I don't think it does.
I'll give you another hypothetical.
Mhm.
If the defendant, whether he's triggered or not triggered, if
Objection, Your Honor, that's an improper hypothetical to use the defendant. It has to be, if she's going to have a hypothetical, it needs to be a proper hypothetical.
Rephrase your question.
absolutely, Judge, I'm gonna give you a hypothetical. If somebody was caught using drugs in jail and their trigger causes them to, have a big reaction to small problems and turn to violence when they're caught using drugs, and they go to attack an inmate or a guard, that'd be a problem, right?
I agree that would be a problem.
That would make that person dangerous, correct?
If they had a reaction like that to, and if they had access to use drugs and then have that reaction, yes.
You're not offering an opinion today that his language abilities caused him to commit this crime.
No, ma'am.
And you're certainly not saying that all autistic people would commit this type of violence.
Of course not.
And you're certainly not saying that Tanner Corner is not capable of understanding right from wrong.
That's right.
That's what, Ms. Judge.
Redirect.
Yes, Dr. Fritz. Let's talk about the records that you were provided.
Okay.
You had mentioned that you had been provided the same records that had been provided to a Dr. Arangula.
Mhm.
Do you know who Dr. Arangula is?
No.
Were you given a report from Dr. Arangula?
Hold on just a moment. Yes, I was.
With regards to the jobs that the state asked you about, what significance were the incidents that led to Tanner's either resigning or firing or leaving that job?
Lots of difficulty with what we call adulting. Transportation issues, significant interpersonal conflicts, difficulty understanding the importance of being a contributing member to society and continuing to have a work ethic, even when you don't want to. Those things are challenges that Mr. Horner consistently displays.
Is that something that you see in your patients?
Very often, yes.
When you are talking about your patients and talking about Mr. Horner, how does the fact that he has these comorbidities come into play? How does that affect the deficits that he has?
Well, mental health issues can definitely exacerbate the challenges that we see from being neurodiverse. And I think those are extreme in Mr. Horner's case, along with his social history.
The state talked to you about the strengths that were noted in your report.
Mhm.
When you are looking at a patient or a client, do you focus on the strengths or do you focus on the deficits?
The deficits.
Why do you focus on the deficits?
Because the DSM, it's called the Diagnostic Statistical Manual. It's what we use to give a diagnosis. For that, it's deficit driven. So you have to be able to look and see those. Unlike, like if they could do a blood test to see if you're diabetic, autism is a clinical diagnosis. So it's based on having those deficits.
With regards to the deficits, how severe were the deficits that you saw in Tanner?
Very severe in terms of his pragmatic deficits, his social communication deficits, very severe. Expressive receptive depended on the area. Some areas he was relatively typical in or had mild deficits, and other areas were more impaired.
Dr. Fritz, is there a difference between being able to give information versus being able to effectively communicate?
That's a great question. Yes. So information exchange is one portion of communication, and the giving and receiving of information is one part of it, but communication involves all those other subtle nuances that I've been talking to you about, like facial expressions and other forms of nonverbal communication to make sure that your intentions and your messages match.
So the fact that Tanner could give information, does that necessarily mean that he didn't have the deficits that you had talked about earlier?
No, and in fact, I think when he gave information in the interrogation video, for example, he was giving information, but the detective had to continually bring him back to point because he was missing the big picture. In the giving and receiving of directions, that's one subset of information exchange. And some individuals have a strength in that area. Mr. Horner also told me he has a strength in the giving and receiving of details relating to time. And the reason he has that, as far as I understand, is because of the fact that time is so hard for him. So he likes to know exact information there. Those things are under the same subcategory of pragmatics. So you can have relative strengths within a given aspect of communication and still have overlying deficits.
Is it possible for one to commit a horrific crime and still have deficits?
Absolutely.
And again, you're not here to excuse what happened or to justify what happened?
No.
Not here to say that that his autism caused any of this?
Absolutely not.
Dr. Fritz, the last thing I want to talk to you about is what, one of the things that the state brought up regarding these suicide letters.
Mhm.
How many letters did you review related to his suicide attempt?
I think maybe 4. I know I remember reading one to the detectives. I know I read one to his pastor, Mimi, or his grandmother, and no, 5, because I also read one to his mother, and then I read the one to Athena's family.
I think we can agree that the letter to the detectives carried a lot of falsehoods in it.
Absolutely.
Does that change your opinion about the letter that he sent to Athena's family?
No, there are falsehoods in the letter he sent to Athena's family as well. And I think the information that he included to the detectives, the lies he tried to perpetuate in his letter to Athena's family, is just evidence of how limited his theory of mind is, his ability to use perspective taking, to recognize that people might compare notes, to recognize that you can, if you want to show true remorse and you want to do so effectively, it's not only the words that are on the page, it's also trying to avoid what the mistakes you've made or correct the mistakes that you've made in the past. And I think that's the deficit occurring. As I mentioned earlier, the words are there that show remorse. And I think it becomes muddied by attempts to place blame otherwise.
When you're looking at the letter to the parents, it appears that he was trying to explain what happened. Is an explanation of how someone got to where they are the same as blaming?
No, I think his explanation of his stress is real and genuine, and I understood why he included that. I also want you to know that the route being changed frequently is a true trigger for a lot of my clients. It's a very real trigger. I can understand those explanations. The continual lying is the part that I think is trying to push blame elsewhere. And that's the part that that's not logical. And when it's not logical, that calls to mind deficit to me.
And Dr. Fritz, at the end of the day, did that letter meet the criteria for remorse?
It does. It has all 4 qualifying factors of language that's remorseful.
We have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Ms. Dooley.
Very, very briefly, Judge.
Yes, ma'am.
Are you aware that he had the same route the day before?
I'm not sure if I knew that in particular. I do know he was on a floater route, so there was some inconsistencies in his route.
So his route being changed caused him to intentionally kidnap, sexually assault, and murder Athena Strand?
No, there's no direct cause and effect here. There's no explaining away his violent act. 100% no. And I can tell you that changes in routine, the lack of structure and predictability are triggers in autism.
You stated that what you see is what you get with autistic people. We saw who Tanner was on that video, correct?
I think you saw evidence of some horrific things on that video.
Nothing further, Judge.
Ms. Anderson.
Was the person that you saw in that video the same person that you interviewed in the jail?
No, ma'am.
Nothing further.
Ms. Dooley.
Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
May this witness be finally excused.
Objection, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objections, Judge.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Before I choke to death, I'm going to send y'all home for the rest of the day, okay? Be back at 9 o'clock. You know, we'll see you then, okay?
That's all I have.
Okay. We need to address that in the future, Ms. Anderson. We can address it, okay?
That's all I have, Judge.
I don't even know what it is, but you said the magic numbers, so
No, I'm just making sure I haven't had a chance to file it or anything else.
I understand. Okay, thank you.
All righty.
Thank you, Judge.
It was like, God damn it.